beginning, Mr. Chairman, is deceased because he was killed by a disgruntled lawyer who showed up at Judge Salas's home intending to kill her, but her son, 20 years old at the time, opened the door and took the bullet instead. Her husband, standing behind, was seriously injured. So I think the message on these deliveries being sent in his name is clear. As Justice Kagan said, federal judges across the country, throughout the judiciary, including the Supreme Court, continue to do their jobs without fear or favor, but the threat level is really high.
Over the last few years, we've seen an increase in First Amendment-related activity around D.C., including the Supreme Court campus. The Supreme Court building itself has had perimeter fencing up at various points in recent years. What is the current state of permanent physical security upgrades to the building, and how much of this budget request is dedicated to capital improvements versus ongoing personnel costs?
I think, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, feel free.
Most of the money for this increase is personnel and not building arrangements. We have occasionally put up perimeter fences. We don't like that. We want to express a commitment to be open and transparent to the public, as I know other governmental institutions do as well. Occasionally, we have found it necessary, given the threat level, to put up some barriers, but they come down as quickly as we can take them down. Some small part of the funding request is for building improvements, but mostly it's for security personnel.
Protecting the court and justice involves coordination between the Supreme Court Police, obviously, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Capitol Police, and local law enforcement, depending on your location. Would you walk us through how those responsibilities are divided and whether there are any gaps or redundancies in the structure that we should be aware of?
We are primarily taken care of by the Supreme Court Police. When we needed additional residential security and the Supreme Court Police was unable to staff that, the Marshal Service did help us, and so our homes were protected by the Marshal Service. I might be wrong about this, 2 years or so. The Marshal Service was not able to sustain that level of support, and so they asked the Supreme Court Police to take that over, and the Supreme Court Police is now doing that with the help of contractors. We coordinate with Marshal Service, sometimes in travel, but really the Supreme Court Police does the bulk of it, and I think for physical safety, there's coordination with the Capitol Police, given that our grounds are so close.
And I should say we like it that way, to have our own police force rather than to be reliant on the Marshal Service, which is within the Department of Justice. This way, we just get more control over our own security arrangements. Some of you may recall that last year we asked for a supplemental request, and that was to deal with the problem that we had thought that we had a longer stretch of time to make the transition between the Marshal Service and the Supreme Court Police. In the end, we had to make it more quickly than we thought we would, and we're very grateful to the various committees in both the House and Senate for making sure that we had the supplemental monies that enabled us to make that transition more quickly than we had thought was necessary.
Thank you. I now recognize Ranking Member Hoyer for any questions he may have.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your testimony. We're all very concerned about the security and the safety of our judiciary, not only because of you individually, but because of the impact it would have on our system and the disincentive for people to serve in the roles that are so critically important to our society. Let me go to the staffing. You said that pay levels are similar to the Capitol Police and that they obviously work together and interface together. Is your budget now sufficient so that you will not have contract employees, outside contractors protecting your homes?
Not at this point. The goal is to be able to staff so that we can entirely absorb residential security within our office, and I'm sure our staff can provide more details about the timeline for that, but at this time it is not.
Will the budget that is projected for fiscal year 27 allow you to do that? Do you know?
I think still not, but we will be getting closer.
Good.
And certainly our goal, and we want it to be as a short-term goal as we possibly can, is to get to the point where we're not reliant on any outside contractors.
I think it's critically important to have people who really know you, your habits, your to and froing. Someone
You are
who-
speaking to the choir there.
Well, as someone who had a security detail for 20 years in my previous positions, I found it critically important that they got to know me and my habits and the habits of my family, and made them much more proficient in protecting. So we want to make sure that that's the case. Let me go to, and I'm not asking you about the substance of decisions, but I am asking you, there has been a substantial increase in what I guess we call shadow decisions. Is that a budget-related or policy-related phenomenon?
Well, let's see. I think that litigants have long had the ability to seek interim relief from the court, but I think you're certainly right, Ranking Member Hoyer, that we have seen a big change in the volume and the nature of such requests. The court is doing its best to adapt and respond. I think it's a policy question, not so much a budget one. I don't know if you have additional thoughts.
I'm sure there will be additional questions.
Does that impact on the transparency which you referred to, not putting up fences so that people had access? There are concerns, obviously, that these shadow dispositions impact adversely on the knowledge of the public has about how the courts makes its decisions and who is making what decisions. Do you comment on that?
Ranking Member Hoyer, there are definitely issues with respect to we call it the emergency docket. Some of us call it the interim docket. It's a terminology nightmare. I call it the emergency docket. And there are definitely questions about how it's appropriate to use that docket, when it's appropriate to use that docket, the standards to be applied, the way those standards actually work out in individual cases. And you see that in some of our decisions because we are, in many, if not most of these cases, not unanimous. There will be a majority and a dissent. The reason I think it's probably not appropriate, at least not now, to call it the shadow docket is because we have done, I think, a better job in the recent past of where appropriate, and it's not always appropriate, but where appropriate, explaining ourselves, at least to a moderate degree. So I think if you had asked me this question a year ago, I might have said that there were some cases, and in fact I did say, I had said in some public events that there were some cases where we did so little explanation of what lay behind our order that lower courts had a great deal of difficulty trying to figure out what that order was. Were we saying something about the merits of the case? Were we saying something about who had standing to contest the merits? Were we saying something about appropriate remedies? Nobody knew. I don't think that that's so much a problem anymore. I think that as we've gotten more experienced in these constant requests that are coming to us about requests for emergency relief, that we better recognize that at least sometimes there is a need for additional information. And we have issued opinions and sometimes majority and dissenting opinions accordingly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Amadei for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To provide some context, obviously security is probably rightfully so at the top of the pyramid as we discuss the court and its budget. How's business? I mean, anybody know where you are? Anybody filing this, that? And you've kind of touched on it a little bit in response to Mr. Hoyer's questions, but to have an idea of how things are running in the machine of, well, we got 9 justices, and here's who comes to us, and here's what we're doing, here's what we're turning down, here's what we're accepting, just to have kind of a background context to this discussion about security. So however you want to address that,
Sure.
How's business going?
Yeah, well, business is usual, or maybe not as usual. So we do everything we can to be transparent and to welcome the public into the court. We've really taken strides in adapting our website to make it more user-friendly. So people can come to our website. They can easily access all the briefs, all the opinions. The website also has information about who the 9 justices are, the history of the building, that sort of thing. Our courtroom is open to the public. We routinely have public courtroom lectures to groups that are coming in. I believe all of my colleagues, I know I do, speak to groups and school groups that come through to educate them about the court. Our curator has exhibits throughout the first floor of the court to educate people about the court, including a wonderful exhibit that's up about Cooper versus Aaron. We have the Cooper bench from the famous case that's out in the court right now, complete with a video explanation of it in which all 9 of us participated. So I do see a need for educating the public about what it is the court is doing. And so the court, I think, has done its best to try to make that accessible to the public.
Great, thank you. How about caseload? What's the case? I know threats are way up. How's caseload?
Well, we have, as Ranking Member Hoyer suggested, we have a more than ordinary emergency caseload. I would say we have about an ordinary doc. If you look back really a number of decades, our docket has gone down. You know, when I clerked at the court, so that was, I'm afraid to say how long ago, but in the late 1980s, the court handled about 140 cases a year. The court now handles, in terms of regular argued cases, maybe 70 cases a year, so a significant decrease. There's a cottage industry and explanations for why that decrease took place over time. But for all the time that I've been on the court, we've been relatively stable. So the last 15 years or so, we're doing about, you know, maybe 1 year at 75, 1 year at 60, but something on that order. So we continue to hear cases every month and to always decide, always issue all our opinions before July 4th every year.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Amadei. The chair will now recognize the lovely lady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just a point before I get to my questions with regard to the exchange with Justice Kagan and Congressman Amadei, it would appear that these are the court statistics. In 2006, there were 10,256 total cases. In term 2024, 45, almost 4,600 cases. So it is about a 55% decline. I have to imagine in analyzing that.
This is in petitions, are we talking about?
Yeah, so that it may be that what happens there is the interim shadow, whatever docket we're talking about here, that may be a part of that. So that there has been, in fewer cases than you pointed out that have happened in prior decades, and then the issue of staffing is how commensurate is then the staffing to what the case is. But let me just, and I won't get into this, but in terms of, there's always the view out there of what about cameras in the court, so we have them everywhere here. But as members of Congress.
Is that good or bad?
Okay, I'll take a breath on that. No, it's.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn it around.
No, what you were very good. It's very good. It's called transparency. Anyway, my questions. As members of Congress, we follow very strict gift and ethics rules. We're not allowed to accept any gift if it's over $50 at one time, and there's a total value is more than $100 in the calendar year from any individual. There are exceptions, and an entire committee, we have an ethics committee that decides whether a trip or a gift is allowed. But as justices of the Supreme Court, you can and do accept these gifts without any committee or without hesitation, or maybe there's hesitation, but in any case, you can accept these gifts. The Supreme Court does not have a gift ban or a binding code of ethics. I know in 2023, a voluntary code of ethics was adopted, but it is entirely self-policing without any mechanism for enforcement. It is more permissive than the code that applies to all other federal judges. And just in full transparency, I strongly support Ranking Member Raskin's High Court gift ban, which would bring the Supreme Court justices' rules in line with the rest of the federal government. Based on the financial disclosures available for the justices, tickets and trips have exceeded this threshold of the which is in the voluntary code. This last year. So a couple questions from this. Is this a time to make this a requirement instead of a suggestion? That's my first question.
You want me to do gifts? I can do. Ranking Member Delora, I would be happy to address the question about gifts. The court follows the restrictions of the Judicial Conference of the United States applicable to all judges with respect to gifts, and we are not, there are restrictions on our ability to accept gifts. We're not permitted to accept gifts with, some nuances and some exceptions from litigants before the court. And any gifts that we do accept, this is by statute. There's a statutory limit on reporting that requires reporting of any gift. I think that the limit is about $500 right now. You would know they would be on our financial disclosures because we have to disclose that. So with respect to gifts, we do have constraints, and we do have our in-house counsel. I mean, anytime I have any question about how the code applies to a particular circumstance, I always call him. Did you want to address enforceability?
On the code of conduct, as you noted, we the 9 justices all agreed to a code of conduct. It's specifically geared towards the Supreme Court. As you also noted, there is a question about enforceability, and right now the mechanism has no enforceability system. And this is something on which various people have spoken in the past, and I've made my views known in the past, which is that I think we should work hard to try to figure out some enforcement system. I will say that that's an extremely difficult question for a pretty obvious reason, I think, which is that I don't think that you would want an enforcement system that was controlled by the executive branch or by the legislature. And this is because of what you said in your opening statement about the importance of judicial independence.
Right.
You don't want a president picking an inspector general to decide which of us is breaking the rules or how we're breaking the rules. So I think it really has to come from within the judiciary, and that's hard because, we sit at the top of the Judiciary Committee, so it's hard to figure out how to have a system that makes use of judicial resources to police us. One idea that has been suggested by some people is to use respected retired judges.
Right.
That has, some pros, some cons. I think that this remains an open question, a question of discussion, but so far we have not resolved anything.
Okay, and
The chair
because
now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Simpson.
Good morning. Thank you to both of you for coming before our committee today, and you were so welcoming to this full committee when we came over to visit with you a few years ago and to have some of these similar conversations about your security needs. And I'm so sorry you're having to deal with many of these same threats that members of Congress and our families also deal with. And Justice Barrett, you were sharing that story about your 12-year-old. My boys are 13 and 15, and so I've had to have some of those very similar uncomfortable conversations with them about our security posture, even in the middle of Iowa. So I am sorry you're having to deal with that. I think reasonable people can disagree, and unreasonable people resort to violence, and unfortunately that's where we are. And so I appreciate your comments on that, and no, you are not alone in dealing with those challenges, but it is unfortunate nonetheless. I wanted to follow up on something you started with about the coordination with the marshals when you're traveling for speeches, because you talk about having the Supreme Court police force, but obviously working in coordination with other law enforcement when you're traveling for speeches, some of those teaching opportunities, other engagements. So we know that those are not immune from protests and First Amendment activities as well. Can you speak a little bit to what that work is like in terms of coordinating on the ground as you're traveling the country to have some of those conversations on the ground?
I think some of that coordination might be something we would have to say that if you wanted to talk in a skiff or with staff just about the operational details. But I think at a high level, I can say that when we are, appearing, say, at a university, there's a lot of coordination, obviously, between the university security staff and our security staff. The same is true whenever we're at an event with local police. There's coordination with local law enforcement authorities. And when we are interacting with other entities within the judiciary, lower courts or at circuit conferences, then there is a lot of coordination with the Marshal Service. I think some of the specifics I'm probably don't know enough to speak, with specificity, but probably would have to say that would be like in a private meeting.
No, absolutely. And I think happy to have a further conversation about that, because simply we just want to make sure that you feel safe as you're going out and exercising your duties to be open to the public, right? And have those conversations in a public setting. It's of utmost importance that you can do that and feel safe, and that you're getting adequate law enforcement response on the ground, no matter where you're having those conversations. Speaking of recruitment, I just kind of wanted to talk about that as well, because you mentioned that you're on par with Capitol Police, and many of the arrangements are similar to what Capitol Police are. We know that the court's currently offering a $60,000 hiring bonus for Supreme Court police. Can you speak a little bit to the difficulties that you're having in recruiting top talent to take some of these open positions, and where things currently stand with?
Yeah, well, this is a tough time to hire police officers. It's a challenging recruitment environment that maybe fewer people are going into the policing profession, and so you're competing with a lot of entities for the same top qualified people. Notwithstanding that, we've managed to do pretty well. We do offer a recruitment bonus. We like to think we're a pretty good place to work, and we take great care to make that so. But it's a challenging time.
And how do you balance, obviously, that recruitment with some of the risks that, people very publicly see, right? And you're the face of that, obviously, in not only the decisions that are made, but obviously people come and see the court, and people come and want to hear from you. How do you balance that recruitment with some of those risks in terms of getting people in the door?
Yeah, well, people definitely come in the door. We are, we have many visitors to the court. We have a packed courtroom most of the time when we hear argued cases. So we're trying, very hard not to let it interfere with the court's openness to the public. And we'll continue to try our best to do that. And just to make sure that we have the security personnel, the security resources we need to ensure safety within an essentially public building.
And just a question about, and maybe it's something that needs to be addressed in a skiff as well, because you think about the limelight that's on you, and that may shift depending on a case that's being heard or a decision that's been offered. Do the number of officers or marshals assigned to you vary dependent on that limelight, or is the detail pretty consistent no matter who you are?
We are each assigned between 4 and 8 members of a security detail, but in particular moments when the need arises, and especially if someone is under particular threat or if they're speaking more publicly, so they're more in the limelight in an event, that number increases and we're able to pull from other resources within the court.
And over time, we'd like that detail number to increase. So if now it's 4 to 6, maybe 8 members of a security detail, we'd like to increase that over time when we get to our full staffing needs.
And as Ranking Member Hoyer had spoken, and I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman, these people get to know your routines, and making sure that you have people on your detail who are familiar with your activities is critical. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinson. Chair now recognizes Mr. Polk. 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. I couldn't make our most recent informal conversation, but I remember a few years back, you both were very generous with your time, and I really appreciated that discussion. So thank you both for that. I think there's no question that any of us, there should be no partisan difference in wanting to make sure everyone's secure. We have our own challenges, as you've heard. I think holidays seem to bring it out for at least members of Congress, or in my area. At Christmas time, we had bomb-sniffing dogs. I was wondering if I was going to start having to have treats out there for them if they're going to be coming that often. My brother's a judge in Milwaukee County. There was a court trial over someone who had threatened his life via family court. So, I'm glad you're here to talk about those security concerns, but I think hopefully you can tell we're like one party right now when it comes to this. and making sure that you have that security. I do want to say, though, I think at a 30,000-foot level, public also has some questions about our institutions, and incumbent on us then is to make sure that we're at times either explaining or reforming to meet where some of those concerns are. Right now, at the executive branch level, I think people are seeing some unprecedented amounts of new things happening that in 250 years as a country haven't happened, and that's causing concern. Here, legislative branch, I would argue, I think people think we've lost our copies of the Constitution and that we're a co-equal branch of government. We're not doing our jobs. But I think when it comes to your branch, specifically, the two areas I hear the most, and I do a lot of town halls, are the shadow docket or emergency interim docket, and then the issue around code of conduct. But shadow docket's one I really like the explanation on. I'm not a lawyer, my brother is, but the amount of cases that you took up last year were surpassed, or the last session were surpassed 63 on the so-called shadow docket versus 56 on the regular. And if you go back in history, during the Bush and Obama Solicitor General times, emergency relief was only done 18 times combined over 16 years, right? So this is a huge change in how this, I'm going to use shadow docket because I'm a journalism major. I was taught to talk at 8th grade level, so everyone understands it. That's the vernacular I think people understand. But, they're not really fully briefed. They're not fully argued opinions in the same way I think that people are used to the tradition of the respected tradition of the court. They're unsigned, usually emergency orders, but that definition of what's an emergency certainly seems to have changed given the number of cases. It usually was elections or like someone was on death row when you dealt with this, and now it's about whether trans people can serve in the military or cases that may not be seen by the public in the same way. So my question is just help me understand this. There's I have a podcast, and we had a conversation on this with an expert one time, and they said a few suggestions they had. And let me run this by you, and if you could just talk a little more about this so I can understand why the cases have gone up so much. They suggested things like restoring more mandatory jurisdiction to the court so that you're not maybe cherry picking in some ways, empowering lower courts to seek guidance from you ahead of time. So maybe sometimes that could take care of things. An inspector general for the judiciary. Anything you want to talk about? Those are some things that came up, but I would like to be able to explain to people next time I have a town hall and people ask about this, why this rise has happened in areas that I don't think we really expected those cases. And while you said there might be a decline, I think just this Trump presidency alone, in 16 months, there's 34 of these? Maybe my number's off. It might even be higher by now. There were 41 in the first Trump full term. That seems like a rapid expansion of this. So I talked too long, but if you could address that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Congressman Pocan. I'll address something about the numbers. And I saw something about this in the news in the last couple of days. I'd have to sit down to figure out the numbers. I think that it could be that what the numbers are referring to are, we have mandatory jurisdiction in a sense over all of these emergency applications because every single one of them we have to either grant or deny. So to the extent that we've disposed of, say, 67, I'm not exactly sure what the number is, some of those may be denies. It's not that there were 67 grants, but in every single case, we wind up doing something on the emergency docket because we've either denied relief or we've granted relief. So, as long as we have that jurisdiction, we don't have the discretionary jurisdiction like we do in the merits docket where we have cert authority and we choose which cases to take. On the emergency docket, it's like you just take all comers and you have to grant or deny these motions as they're filed.
I didn't mean to suggest, Mr. Congressman Pocan, that the overall numbers had declined, just that there was a decline in the when we grant relief with no explanation, that we do that less frequently than we once did. But I think, you've made some excellent points about there are downsides of using emergency relief, that we don't get the kind of briefing that we ordinarily do. We don't get the argument that we ordinarily get, and we should consider those downsides when we decide how often to grant this relief. Now, I will say that the court, again, as its question is like, why are all these people coming to us for this relief when they didn't in the past? I think partly it has to do with the fact that the court did grant some of these petitions, and then you encourage everybody else to bring them to you. And now it's become, you said, like, how's business? How's business? Is like, business is pretty good on this side because people see that there is at least a potential for us to grant relief, and so why not file a petition? And the court, I think, again, has, and there are differences, there are disagreements among the 9 of us. We talk about this all the time. Sometimes a majority does something and there's a dissent. But I think over time, we have at least tried to do better in important cases, ensuring that we have some degree of sort of regular-ish process, so that there are some emergency petitions. For example, the one that was just decided involving the Federal Reserve Bank, which we almost treat as though it were a regular case. In other words, we ask for argument, we make sure we get sufficient briefing to decide it. So occasionally we've done that, and that is something that I think we need to consider going forward as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spokane. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Justices, for being here. It's great to see you again, and thank you for the opportunity we've had to speak with you about this over at your place a couple times over the last few years. Most of my questions have been addressed in those meetings regarding security. I did want to just point out that this is not just, it's your personal security, but it's also the IT systems that need to be updated. It's the cybersecurity that you're constantly attacked that's also being addressed in this as well. Correct?
Correct. The cybersecurity attacks have been up, by magnitudes year after year. AI is, and the rapid advancement of AI is making that more and more possible. We haven't suffered the kind of paralyzing attacks that some of the lower courts have, but in seeing that, that has caused us to try to ramp up very quickly our cybersecurity protection. And so some of the funding that we're seeking is for additional cybersecurity experts who can come in when we've tried to proceed very responsibly. We've consulted, we had an external review done by experts, and then we've assembled a tiger team inside the court to try to implement those suggestions, because it obviously impacts not only the independence of the judiciary, but their national security risks to having our systems be vulnerable.
One of the big issues recently was the leak that happened, and the court was doing its best effort with the tools available at the time to track down the leak. I don't know if we've found the leaker yet. I don't think it's public.
The marshal issued a report at the conclusion of our internal investigation saying that we had not at that time. But
right.
yeah, she also said in that report that were additional evidence or leads to surface that they would be pursued.
And there have been additional leaks over time, too, and this is something that all 9 justices take extremely seriously, because we can't do our business, we can't engage in confidential communications, which is the best way to operate, is to be fully open with one's colleagues about one's views. And if you think that those views are going to appear on the front page of a newspaper, you pull back. You don't have the kinds of conversations that I think the court really depends on to do great work. And so this is something that has frustrated all of us, and that we're continuing to make efforts to resolve.
Is it your view, if there's a police force that reported directly to the Supreme Court that would include cybersecurity officials, I imagine, or any of the sort, is it your view that they would be subject to congressional subpoena, or would that be a separation of powers issue?
I don't think we are authorized to express a view on that.
Okay. One issue I do think that Americans are concerned with, and it's really appreciative to have you here. I wish we could have more of these because of our constitutional role, to be a check, in a sense, on, not necessarily on you all, your decisions certainly, but on the judiciary system. Is one thing that's really concerned me is what we've seen in nationwide injunctions, what we've seen in what's been lawfare, in the sense of we've seen lawyers who were supporting the president be disbarred, while those who campaigned and even attacked him invented extraneous legal platforms to go after him. There was no disciplinary action at all. And what concerns me about that is the ABA, the American Bar Association, doesn't serve officially as a gatekeeper, but in many ways serves as a gatekeeper, which traditionally that hasn't been that big of a deal. But they are the only they're the only accrediting agency for law schools recognized by the federal government. Yet lately they've kind of taken a partisan bent on a number of their policy outcomes and initiatives, including transgender surgery for children, advancing DEI requirements for accredited universities for law students. They even targeted universities who did not embrace those. They're weighed in on immigration policy, voting rights, opposed the display of 10 Commandments in public schools. They have opinions on a number of different international issues, including urging support for the people of the Western Sahara, self-determinance. So it's all that to say, it's gone beyond making sure that we have good people who are qualified representing us, yet they serve in many ways as a gatekeeper. And I'm curious what would be the right way to approach that. Texas Supreme Court, I know, issued an opinion that basically said they shouldn't be the sole gatekeeper anymore, at least for Texas is concerned. Whether we should have more creditors, whether we should leave that to the states, I think there's a congressional role in this, and so that's why I'm asking.
If I may, we have a hard stop of 11:45 because the justices need to go over to the Senate and testify there. I want to make sure everybody gets their 5 minutes. So, and if you can respond to that in very quick order, or we can move on to the next questioner. It's
Up to you.
It's up.
I'll say something very quickly. Each state is in charge of the admissions of bar requirements for lawyers, and so I think that lies with the states.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentle lady from Washington. This is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both so much for being here. One of my concerns with Congress's increase in the security funding for members of Congress that we recently executed here was that it's not really addressing the root cause of the increased threats of violence and the underlying sort of lack of accountability for people making these threats. I don't want to make soft targets out of my local electeds, my teachers, my nurses, because we are hardening our security infrastructure as elected officials. If my kitchen is flooding, I turn off the water before I start mopping up around the kitchen. And so I'm wondering what can be done to increase the prosecution and accountability of those who make threats against public servants, and how can these funds and this appropriation be leveraged to support that prosecution and turn down the volume and increase the accountability, because all taxpayers are bearing the burden of these threats.
I think that that's largely a question to make to the Justice Department and to other prosecuting authorities, that, we have no power to prosecute or not prosecute particular crimes, to decide where the priorities lie. And that might be that incredibly important question might better be addressed to prosecuting officials.
One of the things I've wondered about is, none of us want to talk about the threats that are made against us. We don't want to give anybody ideas, right? Especially having young kids at home. But one of the questions is the evidence that's collected by Capitol Police. How can their investigation be executed in a way that would provide supporting evidence for a prosecutor as they're considering picking up this case or not? Is that in the realm?
I think that would be something that our police department would be very happy to talk to you or your staff about in a private setting. I actually don't know the answer to that question of what the police do to maintain evidence to build a case. But I'm sure in a SCIF or other private setting, that would be something that you could explore.
And would that be considered as part of this apportionment for security funding?
That I don't know. That strikes me as general operational. As Justice Kagan said, we don't have any authority to prosecute within our branch, and our police don't either. So that seems like it's a best practices best current practices question about how the police handle that now.
Yeah, I mean, it's my view that as we are, it's not just about the individual threat. We have to maintain our security, but the way that we are pursuing that security should be done in a way with a longer view towards more accountability and better use of taxpayer resources and a more deliberative democracy. I've seen some people make the argument that rising security concerns will lead justices to opt out of appearing at events when the crowd is known to not be friendly. Do you think there's any merit to that argument? And if so, how does that impact the credibility of the institution as it continues to be viewed, rightly or wrongly, by many as increasingly partisan?
I can say that personally myself, I've spoken at many events that I wouldn't describe as friendly. I've been protested a lot and spoken at events where I know protesters will be. And that doesn't deter me from appearing, but if there were serious threats at the facility, I've encountered some of that before, then of course you can't remain out in the public place. And that's different. And I don't actually know, and again, this would be a question that perhaps could be discussed in a private meeting or a SCIF. I don't actually know how often that has happened, but I think when there are actually threats to life, then obviously the public event can't go forward.
I think it's I'm presuming rare for a Supreme Court justice to have young children at home. I'm wondering, Justice Coney Barrett, if the allocation being made here for security is sufficient for provision of security services for your children.
I'm very grateful for the residential security. I think that is the primary. I mean, that has just been huge for us. I think questions about the allocation of resources and the number of detail and that sort of thing, I think I would refer that to the SCIF as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you for your questions. We now recognize Mr. Edwards for his question.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Because we're running close on time, I'm going to eliminate the niceties and get straight to the questions. Does the court's IT budget include funding for AI-assisted legal research or document review tools? And if so, what safeguards are in place to maintain confidentiality?
I don't think that our review budget, that our budget includes a specific, appropriation for AI. I think that, this is a question that we're looking at very closely in terms of what our rules should be going forward, what the best practices in this area are in terms of how justices, how their clerks, how their assistants use AI, and make sure that it's used appropriately, but not used on where it's likely to create more dangers than anything else.
Have you identified any other opportunities to streamline administrative functions through technology or maybe even shared services?
I think the court is always seeking efficiency, and I think we operate on a pretty lean staff in terms of how our technology works. I mean, I do think that our IT staff works very hard to make things work efficiently on the inside. As Justice Kagan said, I mean, I know a lot of corporations and maybe Congress too are turning to AI to gain efficiencies, and we're not there yet because of the risks that AI could present, but it is something that we're studying. And, perhaps AI seems to be infiltrating everything, so I'm sure at some point in the future.
I resist using the letters AI. It's so abused. I'd rather just say new technology. But thank you. Speaking of staffing, how many current unfilled positions are there in the Supreme Court? And can you give us any perspective on what those are and how long that they may have been vacant?
Okay, if you know that, you're better than I am.
I do not know that. Does anyone know that? I think we'll have to get back to you on that. We can send something over.
Well, as an appropriator, I'm always really curious about that sort of thing.
We have we have an incredibly the amount of time that people spend on the court constantly amazes me. So every year we have these events where we give little pins to people and so forth, and especially when they retire. And it's like 30 years on the court, 40 years on the court, 25 years on the court. So this is not a building which is in constant turnover in terms of its employees. There is really long-term service in this building. I think people like to work there. I think people feel honored to work there. And the result is that we really don't have to worry about a lot of turnover.
Last question on the appropriations front. Have there been any recent audits or reports by the AG where there were any material weaknesses found that have not yet been resolved?
Material weaknesses in our expenditures or budgets?
Right, the total operation of the Supreme Court.
Is that a no? No? That's a no.
Okay, well then, since that answer was so quick, let me ask.
I should have dragged it out, Congressman.
Let me ask one more question. What deferred maintenance or capital investment is there still listed as a backlog, and is that for public consumption?
I think that the budget for the grounds is not part of our current security, our current budget request, so I'm not sure what maintenance or grounds expenses would be included in that, the architect of the Capitol.
All right, thanks. Next time, we're going to bring your controller. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Congressman.
There's a severe backlog in all federal buildings as far as deferred maintenance. Now recognize Mr. Ivey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that, and thank you to the justices for joining us today. I wanted to follow up on the shadow docket issue, emergency docket issue.
We're not policing your
You call it whatever you want.
whatever you want.
I recognize the sensitivity about it, but I do, and I thank you for your comments about this. We found comments that you all had made at public events, and so I thought it's something that I could raise. One of the things I wanted to ask about is with respect to the injunctive relief, temporary injunctions that were put in place that had come up to you all, and you all looked at it, irreparable harm. I think, Justice Barrett, you kind of noodled about this publicly on a couple of occasions. And I wanted to get your take on that, because just to be candid, I represent Prince George's County. We have tens of thousands of federal employees who've been laid off or forced out during this time period, in part during what's been going on with the litigation in these cases. And frankly, the strategy for many of these was, if you can get injunctive relief for them so they can stay on the job, at least they can, keep their house, keep their kids in college, make sure they can put food on the table. To the extent those injunctions were lifted, because I guess some of these don't have opinions, but I guess some of the justices thought that this didn't constitute irreparable harm. It was pretty damaging from the perspective of them. And it looked like the analysis was focused mainly from the government, the Trump administration's perspective. So I wanted to get your take on that.
To me?
Well, yes, ma'am, but to both of you.
Let's see. So I think the specifics of individual cases are something that we're not prepared to get into in the hearing, just because that would be, especially, I don't know exactly which of the orders that you're talking about, but especially if they were unreasoned orders, then to talk about the reasoning of them would disclose the internal deliberations of the court, which would be inappropriate for me to do. I would say that in our opinions, including in our emergency docket opinions, we lay out the factors that are considered, in considering grants of emergency relief, and irreparable harm is one of those factors, as is likelihood of success on the merits, balancing of the equities. And so I think the factors are laid out quite plainly, how they apply in any individual case, or how we have applied them in individual cases. I wouldn't want to.
That's fair, but I'm not asking specifically for individual cases. Is there a general approach from your perspective? Because you did lay out irreparable harm as one. And I think you also mentioned in one of your September 9, 2025 speeches that you did look at it from the Trump administration's perspective. Go ahead.
Please finish.
I wanted to see if there's also a view from the perspective in this instance as the plaintiffs who or the parties who were government employees or whoever who were on the opposite side of that.
Okay, I now understand your question. Yes, those factors, they're from a case called NCAN. Those factors, it's built into the test itself that you gauge irreparable harm, likelihood of success on the merits from the point of view of the applicant. So if it were the employees, if they were the applicant, it would be the irreparable harm to the employee of not receiving the relief that they seek. If the person who seeks emergency relief is, say, the government, then it would be evaluated from that perspective. That's just built into the test itself, which is in the opinions in the cases.
I do think, though, that the test also has room for what we call the balance of the equities. And that allows you to take into consideration also the what's going to happen to the non-applicants in any given case. Now,
True.
again, how that happens and is a different question.
True.
Excellent. And just another quick point on that front. For example, NIH, I want to ask you to answer this about the particulars of it, but one of my constituents had been a scientist doing research on Alzheimer's, and the clinical trial was shut down and she was forced out. And so it terminated not only her work, but the scientific research that we would all benefit from. 2 quick points before I run out of time. One is the Secret Service, from the standpoint of your work with respect to your protection. We did a lot of work. A committee was set up after the attempt to assassinate President Trump. Well, not candidate Trump then. And there were a lot of deficiencies found, frankly, by what the Secret Service had done. I think they've improved what their work is. I'd encourage you to have your police team do that. And then lastly, I know you answered with respect to Mr. Pocan, the ethics piece.
5 minutes are up, please.
We'd
Thank
love
you.
to
We
hear
now
about what's
recognize
going
Mr.
forward
Alford,
with
please.
Thank you, Chairman Joyce and Ranking Member, and thank you for the justices for coming today. Really appreciate that. I do want to set the record straight as we begin, though. While we all love hearings before we vote on the appropriation bills, we have a very aggressive schedule for these appropriation bills. The chairman's objective was to finish them all before the end of June. We actually got them done by mid-June. That facilitated the need for rapidity and trying to make sure that we got as much information as possible. Part of that included coming to the Supreme Court on March 5th, and we discussed many of these things. This was a bipartisan effort to go with your invitation to come and hear your budgetary needs. And so I appreciate that endeavor. I appreciate the members of this subcommittee who did go across the street to hear your concerns. And we heard some very disturbing deficiencies. And while we can't talk about all those in this public setting today, please know that those are noted. Those were included in the consideration for the appropriations bill that we did complete. And one of the issues that came up was the need for a security entrance for the Supreme Court building. Justice Kagan, could you describe what this will look like, and did we provide the adequate funding to make this happen?
I think we don't know exactly what it would look like, but we are concerned about people coming into the building right now before they've been checked, essentially, and only being checked when they're in the building. And we're concerned as well with the ability to enter for cars to enter. We've actually gone a significant way in addressing that issue, essentially by closing off the street behind the court, and we're very grateful to local authorities for their willingness to do that.
I think the point we made at the time is we have the beautiful visitor center here at the Capitol that was in part a security concern. It's also a great visitor center. It would be kind of mirrored in a smaller fashion across the street of the Supreme Court, and also what the president has proposed with a new security entrance to the White House with a ballroom on top, but a security measure underneath and a bunker. So thank you for clearing that up. One of the things I did mention at our in-person meeting, which again I'm grateful for, was a growing concern about the threats that drones pose to government buildings and protected officials, not just across the street at the Supreme Court building, but at your homes as well. How is this Supreme Court preparing for that evolving threat? And are there any additional authorities or resources that we should consider to make sure that you are protected?
And if you would like to, we could do this in a skiff at a later time, if you feel that it's something that needs to be addressed there, or if you want to
I would
address it
say generally that we
Generally.
share that concern. Generally, I think drone mitigation measures are certainly on security's radar.
Well, we want to keep on top of that, and Chairman, maybe we could do something in a skiff setting to where, this is a growing threat to all government officials, and doesn't matter what party you're in, nonpartisan. This is a threat that needs to be addressed.
And I think, Congressman, that there might be ways to address whether we have all the authority we need currently, or whether there needs to be additional statutory authority that would really allow us to deal with that issue.
That would be an interesting conversation. We're facing that here on the Hill as well, and in our state and local authorities. We just are wrapping up the FIFA World Cup in Kansas City, and that was a concern as well, the authorities to actually defend against drone activity. Last question. The court budget requests in recent years has included increased security funding for the justice as public threats against government officials have continued to rise. You travel for speeches, teaching opportunities. How is security funded and coordinated when justices are traveling, particularly with respect to protecting your families?
Residential security remains at our house as normal. When we're away, the house remains protected, so the family is protected. And when we travel, we have our security details travel with us because, unfortunately, the threat travels with us. It doesn't just stay at the building.
If there are any gaps in that where it needs additional funding, please let us know, all right? And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Associate Justices for your appearance. And let me say at the outset that I fully support and appreciate the need for the upgraded security that has been requested, and I think Congress will be responsive. The Supreme Court contracts many of the security services, and for example, you contract with the Chertoff Group since 2018. The services it's provided include consultation on protecting your homes, on review of the Dobbs leak investigation that was conducted by the Marshal's Office. In addition, the individuals who man the magnetometers at the court entrance are not members of the Supreme Court Police, but they work for an outside firm. And each of these contracts can run into the millions of dollars, yet the court does not have the same contracting obligations under federal law that other parts of the government do. In the interest of transparency, would the court consider publicly listing any contract that it has with an outside firm, security or otherwise, whose annual value is greater than $1 million?
I think we have, Justice Barrett and I have not considered that question or addressed that question, so I think we would need to go back and take it to people who have thought about that issue more.
Okay. All right, but let me switch to another more policy-driven concern. As of July 10th of this year, 75% of President Trump's appointees to the circuit and district court judgeships over the combined course of his first term and the current term have been men. Additionally, 84% of the appointees have been white, male or female. And when looking across all of the active circuit and district court judges as of July 10th, regardless of which president appointed them, nearly 60% are men. Additionally, 66% are white. Can you both speak to the importance of having a diverse federal bench that's representative of the country's demographics? And might you also add the experiential and other diversity for the court itself in your choice of your clerk pool?
Well, I'll take the clerk pool, if that's okay. We all run our chambers differently, and each of us hires for himself or herself, and so I can really only speak for myself on this. I value diversity of all kinds. I value diversity along the lines that you mentioned. I value diversity in terms of backgrounds and views, and to make sure that I get all different kinds of backgrounds and experiences when I'm talking with my clerks, in particular. And I've found over the years that that's perfectly possible to do. The standards for a Supreme Court clerk are very high. It requires outstanding law school records. It requires 2 prior clerkships, usually maybe 1, and judges who think very highly of the person. Sometimes now we're looking at people who have worked in other jobs before they come here, and we still have more qualified people, more exceptionally qualified people than any of us are able to take. And I find over time that that it's good to have diversity of background and experience, and that is very possible to do given our applicant pool now.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'm told that most of the justices and their clerks read your briefs electronically. So I just want to ask why the court requires the litigants to print and to file 40 copies of their briefs in most instances, which can sometimes cost them up to $10,000. Are there basis for income-based waivers, and doesn't the printing requirement now seem to be unnecessary?
We do have,
Go ahead.
we do have informa propera status, which helps indigent litigants. I will say that some of us do read hard copies. I am old school in that respect. But I think those questions are ones that the clerk's office works out to help those who cannot afford.
Thank you. Now the chair recognizes the vice chair of this committee, Mr. Lalota, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Justice, it's good to see you. It was good to see you on March 5th at the court, and we appreciate you being here today. Justice Kagan, thank you for your warm comments on Senator Graham. I, like many Americans, watched your interaction with him during your confirmation hearing. It was a good moment of bipartisan candor, one that we don't have enough of in this town, and I want to say thanks for not only that exchange, but for your opening remarks that addressed his commitment to service to our great country. I want to discuss some of the budget requests, and you're asking for $89 million for security, including 24/7 protection, additional protective personnel, and cybersecurity enhancements. Justice Barrett, can you briefly and broadly express how the change in the threat environment has necessitated that higher level of investment by the Congress?
I think it's because, when I was a law clerk, Justice Scalia did not have protection all the time. Justice Kagan mentioned she didn't have it when she began, but now the threats are constant and they're always there. And so it's necessary now in daily activities. Unfortunately, I honestly feel like if for the sake of my privacy, I wish it weren't so. But it's necessary for protection in daily activities to have a security detail. And frankly, our detail, one reason for our longer term plan to increase the size of our details to come closer to cabinet level officials is burnout and exhaustion. A detail of 4 to 8 people, when they have to monitor you around the clock, when they drop me off, I think I might have been mentioning this in our meeting on March 5th, when they drop me off at 11 o'clock at night, and then it's the same team that has to come back the next morning. I mean, it's just a lot of hours.
Thank you. Your feedback then and now is very instructive for this.
May I add just a bit?
Of course.
This began in part because of Congress, and it began in about 2016, I think, was when Justice Scalia died, and he died in a place in Texas, and there were no security people in the immediate area. I think the nearest were a couple of hours away, the nearest marshals. And we're very grateful because Congressman Issa and Congressman Cummings came to visit the court, and they were doing an investigation, you mentioned, of the Secret Service, and they were doing one at the time. And that required that they look at different institutions and departments, security personnel. And they came over to the court and they said to the Chief Justice, this was how the chief described it to us. They said, kind of like, we think you're crazy. You know, that you have less security than the director of the Office of Personnel Management does. And we think that you have to do better. And that was really the start when Congressman Issa and Congressman Cummings came to the Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice reported to us. And, you know, we were a little bit like, do we really? Because it's easier living life without security than living life with security. But we started, and we started slowly, incrementally, carefully, making sure that we balanced all the necessary factors. Then, of course, the Dobbs leak happened, and that really increased the urgency of the entire thing. But we've been working on this now for about a decade, and actually, I think, are grateful to Congress for coming to us and saying you have to up your game in this area.
And there's still more work to do in this area. I think that both sides of the aisle take your security seriously. Justice Kagan, you mentioned earlier in your testimony the wanting to decrease your reliance on the U.S. Marshals and increase your reliance on your own court police. Can you describe the impetus behind that dichotomy?
Yeah, nothing against the U.S. Marshals who do a terrific job, but I think this allows us to whenever we have to make a policy decision about how to use our security personnel, it's our policy decision. We don't have to convince anybody else. And what several members have suggested, I think, is absolutely true, that you want a completely stable workforce, so people who are providing you with security really know you. And to the extent that we're relying on the Marshal Service, they're coming, they're going, they have other responsibilities. They probably won't be committed to an individual justice or to the court full time.
I think I agree with your point. You should have a separation of powers in your own autonomy and your own security, and we should want to empower you to do that. Very briefly, in the world of finite budgeting, as you do more of one thing, you by necessity often do less of one thing, and we're right to consider doing more with respect to your security. Are we missing something when we do that? Are we doing something less when we do more with security? Are you doing less work? Are you delivering less opinions? Are we somehow degrading your ability to deliver justice in other areas?
I think we carefully steward our resources, and I think our budget reflects the needs that we have to continue fulfilling our constitutional mission.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And now we recognize like the wedding feast at Canaan. We saved the best for last in our Cardinal Womack,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
former head of this committee.
And what a joy it is to have our justices in front of us this morning. I've been around these precincts for a while now. I remember back in the day when it was Justice Kennedy and Justice Breyer that were here. You two have done very well today, but not quite as entertaining as those two guys. I can promise you that. And let me also acknowledge a couple of familiar faces in the crowd, Judge Dow, George Everly, who is back at the court now, and the great work that they do. We've had terrific relationships down through the years, and that has not changed with the court, and so I commend you for that and for this front row of people who obviously are your support staff and help this court continue its important mission. I don't have any budget-related questions, but in my remaining time, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak to the rest of the people in this room. When I came in, and I came in late this morning, there was a line of people outside this door, and I'm sure that line is probably still there. And I was taken aback by how young these people look. So if you look beyond the front row in this room this morning, you will see the faces of young people from all walks of life who all to me look like they're at least under 25 years of age. And they are driven here for different reasons. I want to give you both an opportunity in the remaining time I have, 3 minutes, to speak to the hearts and minds of these young people who one day could be sitting exactly where you're sitting today, and give them hope that what we do in this country is And what you do in the court is part of our genius as a country. And Justice Kagan, I'm going to let you go first. You have young people's complete attention.
You're raising the bar here. Thank you so much, Congressman Womack, for that wonderful opportunity. I think I would say to the young people in this audience and the young people everywhere, what is just true of our democracy, that it rests in their hands. And how we function as a country going forward is in large measure up to them. And that they should take all the opportunities that they can to learn about our country and to learn about its history and to learn about our governmental institutions, and then to figure out how they can do better and leave the world a better place than they found it. And I think that I am optimistic that this generation of people will do just that.
Justice Barrett.
Here. I agree with everything Justice Kagan said, and I would add that I am heartened that so many young people are here and waiting in the line to want to see this hearing, because I think it shows engagement in our democratic process, and I think what they have seen is a really constructive bipartisan effort in this hearing to address these issues, and I hope they see that in the court's work. We work hard to, disagree well when we disagree, and we agree a lot of the time. And I think that kind of constructive engagement and not just throwing your hands up and saying, I'm not going to deal with people with whom I disagree, is what we need to move forward.
Great advice. Thank you for the great courtesies you've extended. Yes,
Seems to me that's a 9-0 decision.
Yeah, that's a 9-0, and that's pretty rare, but that's a 9-0 decision. Thank you for the many courtesies you and your teams have extended to my office and to this committee, and we respect the work of the court and continued best wishes. I yield back.
I will admit that Judge Dow is getting off awfully easy today, but that's for another day. The ranking member of the full committee has asked for a moment to address something that she didn't get to in her statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say to Mr. Womack, which is a very, the gravitas of what you've asked and the responses are really heartening and should be to all of us, and mostly including our young people who are today, who are hungry to be engaged and involved. My question goes back to something I was talking about, and Justice Kagan, it was just a couple of years ago. This has to do with the, you said the Supreme Court should consider an independent enforcement mechanism for its ethics code involving a panel of respected federal judges. Do you still support that?
I personally do. I think that we would be better off with an enforcement mechanism. And I think, it's not to say I think that my colleagues are taking this code incredibly seriously.
I understand.
We are all, making every effort, and I think successful efforts to live by it. But if nothing else, for public confidence's sake.
Right, for the integrity
and
of the
also
court.
An enforcement mechanism can, also make clear that not every accusation, not every charge has anything to it, and can make clear this is off base, this is wrong, there's nothing here. But I think that it would be a good thing to do. As you say, I think it's really important that it come from the judiciary itself. Right. There are real complexities about how that would be done, but I have not changed my mind.
And Justice Barrett, do you support that effort?
I'm less certain. I mean, I'm certainly fully committed to the code, as are all of our colleagues, but because of some of the complexities that Justice Kagan identified, I'm just not quite sure. The judiciary moves slowly, the court moves slowly, we have turtles everywhere because of that, and I think that if we had an enforceable, a body to enforce the code, it would have to come from within the judiciary.
Yes, without
and I just think that it's a question of who selects the judges, how is the panel comprised? There are just a lot of complexities.
Well, there's lots of integrity with regard to the court. There's no doubt about that. But a mechanism, every other body has that. We have a committee, all the federal courts do. It's just the Supreme Court that doesn't, and it should come from the judiciary. And my hope is that be for the integrity of the court. We're all under real fire these days, and that includes the court. I think we have to demonstrate at every turn that we are understanding that of the kind of morality that we need to have and that we need to demonstrate to the public about how important we take the roles that we have and that we're not somehow abridging the system or abusing the system. Thank you very, very much, Mr.
With that, our time is concluded. I would like to thank both Justice Kagan and Justice Coney Barrett for their being here today and for your answers. There may be some members of this panel who would also like to submit questions for the record. Please submit any questions for the record to the subcommittee staff within 7 days. This subcommittee stands adjourned.
So generally, Congressman, I'd say a couple things. First, we are takers of the fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. What I am
To be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens, but we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
we have tools that are powerful. Whether they're working at cross purposes or consistent with them is never easy to know in real time. But let me make one other important distinction. Military conflicts overseas, changes in trade policy, changes in immigration policy, those have an effect and we can take them into account. Often they have an effect on prices in the short term.
Time has expired.
Our business is whether those prices in the short term end up spreading out, and that's our responsibility.
I'm out of time, but let's
Thank you very much.
let's stay coordinated would be my request.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia Pacific Subcommittee on House Foreign Affairs. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for hosting today's hearing. And Chairman Morris, welcome. This, I understand, is your first appearance before our committee since your confirmation, so congratulations. Earlier this year, you may have heard I introduced Payments Access and Consumer Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Liccardo, because I kept hearing from my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties about how important these payment modernization is in helping small businesses owners make payroll and make sure that their workers get their paychecks on time. And President Trump understands that, which is why he issued the executive order earlier and signed that to call for a financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American families and businesses. So, Chairman Morris, I understand you share that goals and vision for the Federal Reserve as well. But currently, the situation is the payments company holding money transmitter licenses in all U.S. states and complying with every Bank Secrecy Act rule and holding customer funds in a one-to-one liquid reserve still has no legal pathways to access the Federal Reserve payments rail directly. So as a result, small businesses and consumers bear the burden of increased costs and slower payments. So the PACE Act is trying to address that by creating OCC supervised activity-based registration for sophisticated payment companies that trade federal safeguards, BSA compliance, and capital reserves for direct access to FedNow, FedWire, FedACH. So, Chairman, can you talk about how you plan to work with the OCC and Congress to ensure that well-regulated payment companies have access to the infrastructure they need to lower costs for American consumers?
So thank you, Representative. I look forward to working with you on any details of your legislation without picking sides. What I would say is the payment system that the Federal Reserve supports needs to be resilient, needs to not play favorites, needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable and accessible so that we can do our part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the U.S., so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, it took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize and reevaluate how we consider banking charters to ensure that our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is, again, in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the U.S. is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allow fintech or non-banks a direct access to traditional payment networks, I think it's really important that we work together. And I do want to work with you on this issue of a master account access and the PACE Act. So I hope we can take the time, and I hope that you and your team, now that you are in office, to review it, and we hope to get your technical assistance on the PACE Act from your team shortly. Thanks. Another major priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. Last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to increase the cap for investments in community lending and affordable housing. So as we continue to build on that momentum of expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, one thing that has caught my eye is the 100% risk weight for these types of investments in the proposed Basel Endgame rulemaking. Historically, these types of investments are extremely low risk, with very few resulting in foreclosure. So, Chairman Warsh, can you offer any insight into how you are considering the risk weight for these investments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question offline as the gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair, for being here. You know, public transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that the Fed should talk less to reduce the influence on financial markets. Is that correct?
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah, but there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but explaining less to the public is what I'm concerned about. You know, these hearings exist because Congress is paired with the dual mandate with, you know, we have a duty to report on progress towards various goals. So, you know, again, it matters what kind of communication you reduce. So, for instance, you know, transparency in regards to, like, one of the things that bothers me is, like, you as the Fed chair has to publish the calendar, your calendar, right? Correct?
I believe subject to FOIA requests, we turn over, consistent with FOIA, the appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't actually put the topic of what those meetings were about.
So I've only been in office 7 weeks, so I haven't even provided it yet, but we'll fully comply. We'll fully comply with the law when such requests are made.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think what the American people want, or anybody, is not just who are you meeting, but what the topic is, I think is important. So let's get back to what you provide to the public. So when the Fed communicates less, how does the public or the committee judge whether or not the evidence was, or the method was responsibly implemented?
So I draw, Congresswoman, an important distinction.
Yes.
Our number one objective is getting policy right. And if we get policy right, we can deliver lower prices. Transparency in communication is usually quite essential to do that. So I'll draw a distinction between our internal deliberations, where we get to have a good family fight and talk about the hard issues, and then our decisions. I think our decisions are things that you should know everything about. You should understand our rationale. We should be responsible and accountable. And if we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us account.
Yeah.
So in that, I favor full transparency.
Yeah. So it sounds like you will be open to absolutely being, regards to the method and the rationale and the thinking behind the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So if, you know, again, this is something of a concern for me, because when people say that to me, I'm like, if the Fed speaks less than public, then the words that are spoken in private to banks and invited audiences and off-the-record settings, you know, that's why the calendar, it's like, don't just provide the calendar, provide what topic, because I think it's important. So what specific steps will you take so that a quieter Fed, because that's what you sound like you're towards, you want a quieter Fed, isn't a Fed heard only by the well-connected?
So I don't think there should be any special dispensations to the well-connected. My judgment is what matters most is the real economy.
Yeah.
Financial prices then can capture what's going on. My message more broadly to you, but also to people that are in the cottage industry of following the Fed.
But, you know, the regular person out there is not going to get a meeting with you, not going to know a lot of these things. That's why I'm asking. So, like, will you at least commit to publishing readouts of your meetings with the market participants?
I'm committed to follow the law, and I'm committed to do more than that.
We should know what you're telling them, because not the 750,000 people in my district can get a meeting with you, and you want to talk to the public less. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that we understand the intent and the decisions that are being made. So in 2025, you said that Fed had, quote, redefined its legislative remit. and signaled a willingness to accept like a higher inflation and all that stuff really, you know, my folks are thinking this isn't going to impact employment. This is going to, you know, like what is going on here?
Yeah, so what went on is the Fed changed its academic framework and its operational framework, and it led to higher prices, which did more harm to the least well-off among us than any policy that I could have imagined, and so that's why we have to reform it.
I know.
The Fed's begun that reform, and we're going to continue it.
Okay, last question. At your June press conference, you said that there is, quote, no cruel choice, that strong employment and low prices are mutually compatible. If there's no trade-off, pursuing maximum employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So, Chair, what concretely are you doing to pursue maximum employment right now?
So concretely, what we're doing is going to deliver price stability. And when we deliver that, households and businesses will be stronger.
Explain that more.
So I can think of few things.
Gentlewoman's time has expired, and I invite the chairman to carry on that explanation in writing, and I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I am trying not to be redundant on the questions you've already been asked, but Chairman, the June FOMC statement reaffirmed the Fed's policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. While your balance sheet task force is reviewing the benefits and risks of that framework, so if you go back to 2019 when reserve scarcity kind of contributed to stress in the short-term funding markets, what market indicators, in your opinion, should the Fed watch most closely to determine whether balance sheet reduction is moving too quickly, which is a concern?
So, Congressman, we have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago, whether that's consistent with good monetary policy. And then we're going to ask ourselves whether there's a better regime, and finally, how to get from the current regime to something else. We haven't prejudged any of those answers, but the goal isn't to be disruptive to markets. It's such that markets, the banking sector, and the real economy can understand the change and have time to adjust if we end up doing so.
Thank you. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm going to yield my time back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Torres, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, "The measures I prefer looking at are things that are called trim averages, where we take out all of the tail risk." Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight to the Dallas Fed's trim mean PCE. And so I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By February 2022, core PCE had risen to 5.4%, while trim mean PCE stood at only 3.6%, a divergence of nearly 2 percentage points. And so here's my question. If trim mean PCE detected the inflation shock later, understated its severity, and diverged from core PCE by nearly 2 percentage points, why should the Fed place greater weight on it when setting monetary policy? And to put a finer point on it, your core criticism of the Fed is that it was behind the curve on inflation. That same criticism can be leveled against your preferred measure on inflation. So why the disconnect?
So none of those are very good measures of underlying inflation. That Wall Street Journal story that you referenced is incorrect, that I have a preferred measure from one of the reserve banks. If I had a preferred measure, I wouldn't have called for a task force to go back to first principles, and the data task force will be looking importantly at inflation measures. My view is that we need new measures to understand the underlying changes in inflation. Am I interested in what's the mean or median price of a good in a big box retailer? You bet I am. And none of these measures capture that. I am super interested in finding new measures to do a better job to help us inform our decisions so that the inflation of the last 5 years don't continue.
Now, you have repeatedly described inflation as a choice. A simple yes or no question. Do you mean a choice by the Federal Reserve?
I mean a choice by the Federal Reserve and fiscal policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the responsibility onto you. The Congress said that we're in the business of ensuring stable prices, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So combating inflation is part of the Fed's statutory mandate, and you view inflation as a choice by the Fed. Combating unemployment is also part of the Fed's mandate. Do you view unemployment as a choice by the Fed?
We have no legislative orphans. We can't just take one part of the statute you give us and disown the others. I will just add a touch of complexity. We have more control over the price level ourselves than we do the unemployment rate. We have some say there, but so do all the policies that you and your colleagues put into place.
But obviously, if you aggressively raise interest rates, that could have the effect of causing unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are multiple forces that shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary? Yes or no, and then?
That question I can answer simply. I don't think it's inherently inflationary, especially if we adopt quantitative easing in the depths of a crisis. It can often provide liquidity to markets that need it.
So from 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew by a factor of 5, from about $900 billion to about $4.5 trillion. Yet over the same period, average headline PCE inflation was 1.7%, and average core PCE inflation was 1.5% below the Fed's 2% target. So the notion that quantitative easing may be inflationary fails to explain the non-inflationary effects of a multi-trillion-dollar five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, Congressman, I can. If the balance sheet expansion were our only policy tool, then that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But we have several policy tools. The dominant one is interest rates. And so we need to think about both of them in the context of monetary policy. I want to quickly
interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect on inflation comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable.
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. Okay. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to interject.
Interest rates more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing, and it'll be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
With the time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Chairman Warsh. I'd like to begin by emphasizing the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial system and the dollar as a stable, safe place to put their money. The stability of our financial system is at the center of our global influence. Our adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system and, in turn, our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the U.S. markets and the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. Thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it. The Fed will remain independent on my watch. Fed independence is essential to the proper conduct of monetary policy, and I expect and will ensure that monetary policy is independent over the 4 years of my term. And like you, I think it provides extraordinary benefits in everything we do and strengthens the role of the United States and the U.S. dollar in the global economy.
Really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, kind of following on what Mr. Torres was talking about. I've had longstanding concerns with the effects of the long-term effects of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. In particular, I also worry about the use of quantitative easing in times of economic trouble. It can take a long time to unwind, leading to a Federal Reserve balance sheet that continues to grow and grow over time. Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative easing in monetary policy?
I'd be happy to do it, Congressman. In periods of crisis, when markets aren't clearing, I am willing to be quite aggressive in what the Fed does with its balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former colleagues said it best when he said, interest rates get in the cracks. I'll go on to say, interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't favor those that have financial assets more than folks that are living off their bi-monthly paychecks. So I like interest rates as the dominant ways to make monetary policy, and I'd prefer, all the things being equal, to use balance sheets when the crises are real. However, I've inherited a very large balance sheet with a very complicated set of assets, and I am open-minded to reforms, as are my colleagues, and I'm keen to continue to work with this task force to achieve that.
Real quick, and I'm skipping to the end because this question matters a lot to me. I have a lot of community banks in Nebraska. It's the lifeblood of agriculture. Can you talk about how you see supervision working and respecting the role of a community bank, especially in rural America?
Congressman, as I mentioned to you in your office, I'm a big believer in the diversity of financial institutions. The U.S. economy benefits enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are closest to them. Supervision and regulation needs to take that into account. The thousands of banks that we have are an enviable good, and the Fed needs to do what it can to support them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is Season 1, Episode 1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to Episode 2 tomorrow. We want to thank you for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond no later than August 18th, 2026. And with that, this committee hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
and expenses. Over the last 5 fiscal years, the Supreme Court's funding needs have grown on average 15% per year. Aside from annual inflationary increases, recent growth in the court's budget has been almost entirely for security expenses. The majority of last year's funding increase went to shifting the responsibility for residential security from the Marshal Service to the Supreme Court Police. And Ranking Member Reed, I'd be delighted to speak at some greater length about what you talked about our receiving one appropriation and then another, specifically for this purpose, for enhancing residential security. I first joined the court in 2010. Our security was very different at that time. The Supreme Court Police focused almost exclusively on protecting the building. And as for cybersecurity, well, our IT department focused on supporting the latest BlackBerry devices. I didn't have a security team of my own and was accompanied by security personnel only when I participated in work-related public events. We began expanding our security program in earnest in 2017, initially at the behest of members of Congress. We engaged government and private industry experts to evaluate our needs. We started by expanding personal security beyond the Chief Justice so that associate justices also received small security details, much too small as it later turned out. As threat assessments called for larger details and as overtime costs correspondingly rose, we requested funding for more officers, vehicles, and support staff. As events at the Capitol and other federal courthouses revealed our building's vulnerabilities, we also added new physical security systems. When personal threats increased following the leak of the court's Dobbs opinion, we expanded our residential security and threat assessment activities still further. Similarly, as online attacks grew in number and sophistication, we requested additional cybersecurity resources. Our strategy has been consistent: expand incrementally but effectively to meet evolving security challenges. We aren't alone in this. Although orders of magnitude smaller, the Supreme Court's police department is modeled after your own Capitol Police Department. The two departments have matching pay tables and similar organizational charts. They work closely together on threats pertaining to the Capitol campus and beyond. They also face many of the same challenges, especially officer recruitment and retention, and they have implemented many of the same solutions to address those challenges. Over the last 5 years, the Capitol Police Department's annual operating needs have increased 70%, a figure similar to the court's. For fiscal year 2027, Capitol Police requested a 16% increase. As neighbors, our two police departments will continue to work cooperatively together. Our respective police departments' growing needs are obvious given current conditions. The Capitol Police Chief recently testified that threats against Congress are up 50% this year. The Supreme Court Police expect a smaller but still substantial 38% annual increase in threats this year, which follows a 25% increase last year. For some of us, those threats have come very close indeed, as the chairman indicated, and all of us live with the knowledge that they may again materialize. But as the Chief Justice has said most recently in his annual statement, all members of the court continue to do their jobs as they believe legally right, adjudicating cases without fear or favor. We are grateful to the Supreme Court Police for all they do to support our ability to do so, and grateful to our appropriators in the Senate and the House for the resources that are necessary to achieve that goal. While we cannot comment on decisions or pending cases, Justice Barrett and I are happy to answer any budget-related questions you may have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm going to now turn it to the committee chair, Senator Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me welcome our distinguished witnesses today. It's a great honor to have you here to respond to our questions. I could not help but think, as I heard Justice Kagan's comments about the 38% increase in the number of threats that it is increasingly dangerous to be a Supreme Court justice these days. And it's appalling to me that some of the rhetoric is coming from public officials on both sides of the aisle who should know better than to levy personal and political attacks against the judiciary and the court specifically. For example, a senator stood in front of the Supreme Court building and called out 2 members by name, saying that they had released the whirlwind and that they will pay the price. Other public officials have called the court corrupt, out of control, and serving an extremist agenda. This overheated language, this completely inappropriate rhetoric against the Supreme Court endangers the lives of the justices and erodes public trust in our system of government. I believe that all of us must avoid that kind of dangerous and disturbing rhetoric because it could, in fact, trigger violence. So with that as an introduction, let me turn to some specific questions for you. Justice Barrett, the Supreme Court is taking over residential security for the justices from the U.S. Marshals Service. What was the rationale for that change?
Thank you, Chair Collins. The Marshals was always designed to be temporary. They couldn't continue to staff us. In fact, one reason for our supplemental request that was somewhat unexpected is that the Marshals unexpectedly told us that they would not be able to continue providing the residential protection, and that they were going to end it quicker than we had anticipated. They themselves were just stretched thin. So we had always wanted to take it over ourselves, but we were forced to do that on a quicker timeline. And we are now fully doing it within the Supreme Court Police through a combination of our full-time officers and contractors.
Thank you. Justice Kagan, in the Supreme Court's building and grounds account, there is a request for $6.5 million to begin the process for an exterior screening facility for visitors to the court. Could you explain why the court needs that separate facility?
Yes, right now visitors walk into the court and that's where they're checked. That's where they are sent through a magnetometer and, checked for weapons and so forth. And just as the Capitol decided that for security reasons it wished to create a visitor center that was off the main premises, so all the appropriate security checks could be done off premises, that's what we're looking into as well.
Thank you. Justice Kagan, as you know, the Federal Judicial Center publishes a reference manual for federal judges to use when handling cases that involve scientific evidence. The center, whose board is chaired by the Chief Justice, published its latest version of the manual on December 31st of last year. I understand that you wrote the foreword to this edition. I am aware of concerns that this version included a chapter that, in the judgment of some people, disfavored a particular class of litigants by suggesting that contested issues were not, in fact, contested. Are you aware of this controversy?
I have become aware of it. As you say, I wrote the foreword. The foreword is just a page-long thing that the Federal Judicial Center asked me to provide, as other justices have provided for other editions of the book. So I hadn't read the chapter in question prior to that time. Actually, I still haven't read it, but I know that the controversy that you're referring to, which is about the climate science chapter, and whether there were statements made within that chapter treating as uncontested things that many people continue to contest. And the head of the Federal Judicial Center, Judge Rosenberg, has engaged with the people who have made those criticisms and those objections. In the end, the Federal Judicial Center has withdrawn that chapter from the book on the view that anything that gets so many people riled up, and anything that so many people think, wow, that was way too hasty. There's still lots of disagreement about things that you presented as entirely agreed upon. Should not be in a book of this kind. The entire purpose of this book really is not to take positions on contested and contestable matters. It's to help judges, assist judges with respect to scientific issues, but not on not with any kind of slant either way. And because so many people did think that that chapter was slanted in a particular direction, Judge Rosenberg decided to take it out of the book. I know that she is engaged with members of Congress about her decision, about where to, what to do next, about how to make sure that the processes that the Federal Judicial Center uses are good ones, and that a situation like this does not come up again. The Federal Judicial Center is a generally terrific organization, and that's why, I was glad when they asked me, write a few paragraphs introducing the book. This is a book that's existed for 30 years and has, in different editions, and has assisted countless numbers of judges during that time. So I was glad to do that, and I think that Judge Rosenberg's hope is that things will be learned from this experience, and that we won't, that the Federal Judicial Center won't ever find itself in this position again.
My thanks to you both for your service.
Thank you, Senator Collins. And I want to thank both of you for appearing today again. Senator Collins alluded to the fact that it's becoming increasingly dangerous to serve as a Supreme Court justice. The statistics underscore that. But beyond the statistics, there's a human aspect to all of this as well. That's the fact that you and your families have to live in an escalated threat environment. And so I'd like to start with you, Justice Kagan. You've been on the bench for 16 years at the Supreme Court. You've seen the environment change, and if you could just elaborate on how it's changed and how it's affected you and your family.
I joined the court in 2010, and it was an entirely different world then. We did everything. I just walked out on the street. I had no security with me at any time. I drove back and forth to work by myself. Every so often when I went out to do a major speech, security personnel would accompany me there. But honestly, none of us particularly thought about it at that time. We started thinking about it in 2016, and the occasion of that was Justice Scalia's passing. Justice Scalia went down to Texas for a trip, and when he died, there were no security personnel in the immediate environment. The closest marshals were some 2 hours away, and that made people a little bit sit up and take notice. And right after that, two members of the House, Congressman Issa and Congressman Cummings, they were in the midst of an exploration of the various security services provided to people in government, and particularly with respect to the Secret Service. And the way that Chief Justice described the conversation that they had with him to us was this, that Congressman Issa and Cummings came into the Chief Justice's office and said, we've been taking a long, hard look at security in different parts of the government, and we think you're out of your mind. That they said, the office of the director of the Office of Personnel Management has more security than the Supreme Court justices do, and surely the Supreme Court justices are doing more things that are more controversial on a more continuing basis than the director of the Office of Personnel Management. So the Chief Justice came into our conference one day and sort of told us about this conversation and said, you know, things have got to change. And we started to change them. I mean, there was a little bit of like, oh, do we really need this? Because, you know, it's more pleasant to live without security than it is to live with security. So there was a little bit of resistance, but I think people recognized the wisdom of what the congressman had told us. And so we started incrementally and, you know, to increase security presence. We started to think about each individual justice having a separate detail that knew their practices, that knew the way they lived, that knew the kinds of security needs that they had. And then the big ramp up after that, there was, you know, sort of an incremental ramp up. And the big ramp up came with the leak of the Dobbs opinion when the threat level really dramatically increased for some of my colleagues. And that's when there was, you know, what had been going on acquired even more urgency. So I think that that's the history of the thing. Right now, each of us has a detail of between 4 and 8 security people. They accompany us pretty much everywhere. So life has changed a great deal for all of us.
It certainly has since 2010. Even yesterday here at the Capitol, there was a man apprehended and arrested pulling up to one of the barricades here at the Capitol asking for directions to the Supreme Court, and he had a gun in his lap. So it's striking, and I'm glad we're focusing on this now. Justice Barrett, you've obviously served a shorter period of time than Justice Kagan, but I'd like to know your perspective as well and how it's affecting you, your family, and what you've perceived as the threat.
Thank you, Chairman Haggerty. Yeah, I've experienced it in a very personal way, and I can share just a few of my own experiences. There was a time, and it was shortly after the Dobbs leak, when the threats to my life were particularly intense, and my security detail thought it was a good idea for me to have a bulletproof vest. So I took it home from the house, went into my bedroom, threw it down, and turned around, and my 12-year-old son was in the doorway, and he said, "What's that?" And when I took this job, I didn't really anticipate being in the position of having to explain to one of my children what a bulletproof vest was and why his mom had it. So that was one issue. It was reported in the news that about 6 weeks ago, I was the victim of a swatting incident at my house. One of our teenage sons walked out the front door, getting ready to head out with friends, and the street was full of county policemen, and then I also had my residential security presence there. They had responded to a false alarm saying that there was gunshots being fired inside my home. And I was very grateful for the residential security because they were able to coordinate with the county police before the county police entered my home. And the other thing I'll say, and this is not unique to me and my colleagues, but this is experienced by people throughout the federal judiciary, are anonymized deliveries, and they often come in the name of the murdered son of one of our district judges. The message that these, pizzas and other things that are sent to us, is fairly clear. They're often sent to members of our immediate and extended families as well. They're meant to intimidate and they're meant to harass. And as the Chief Justice said in his year-end report, justices and judges throughout the country continue to do their jobs without fear or favor, but it is a very threatening environment.
And if I might add just a teeny bit, this is a problem that not only Supreme Court justices face, but judges all across the United States, federal judges and state judges as well. And most of them have considerably less in the way of security resources than we do. So it's an especial issue to try to figure out how to get better security for judges all over the United States, even as we focus today on the Supreme Court's security needs.
I'll come to another point that I think concerns all of us, and it has an impact on your security as well, and that's the leaking of information coming from the Supreme Court. If you think about the leaks of confidential Supreme Court communications, the impact of that, as you've both described, the Dobbs case is obviously the most famous one, and that precipitated, untold intimidation, threats, an attempt to murder one of the justices. Incredibly sad, but there have been others. In 2024, there was a leak about court deliberations over cases that involve presidential immunity. Just in April of this year, there was a leak of internal memoranda discussing requests to stay President Obama's Clean Power Plan. And if you think about it, the Dobbs decision, I think, underscores this, that leaking of this information dramatically increases the security risk on justices. And Justice Kagan, I'll start with you. Are these sorts of leaks from the Supreme Court acceptable?
They're not. It dramatically increases security risks. It also dramatically changes the way we do our business internally, or at least has the potential to do so. I mean, the way we relate to each other depends so much on honest communication among the 9 of us. And if the 9 of us don't have trust in one another and don't have trust in one another and all the people who work for us, then those kinds of honest conversations that we need to do our business are not going to take place, or they're at least going to be frustrated. So I think it is a problem that has frustrated every single one of the justices. Because of the security issues, but because it's just not the way a court should operate, and not the way a court can operate if it wants to have the kind of deliberations that are the backbone of what we do.
I appreciate that, and I really appreciate you making this statement publicly and on the record, because I think it's critically important that a leader like yourself make this clear to everybody. Justice Barrett, I'll just close with you. Are there any actions undertaken, any changes in procedures that will prevent leaks like this from occurring?
We're doing our best. We have instituted protocols to try to keep better track of who has access to documents, who's touched documents, where they've been printed. We have always required employees to sign a confidentiality agreement, but recently we began requiring employees to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which we do have carve-outs for whistleblowers and that sort of thing, and those carve-outs go beyond what federal statutes require. But we're hoping that driving the need for confidentiality home with these NDAs will just be an additional check on employees who are sharing information inappropriately and often illegally.
Well, for all the reasons Justice Kagan mentioned, I can't say I can't support it any more than I do. I appreciate the effort and thank you. I'll turn it now to Ranking Member Reed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, Justices, thank you for your presence and your testimony. I just want to pick up on a point that Senator Collins made about some outrageous statements that are being made by public figures, and I can't think of a more prominent one than the President of the United States. So on February 20th, following the decision on tariffs, he said, "Disgrace to our nation, fools, lapdogs for the rhinos and radical left Democrats, and very unpatriotic and disloyal to the Constitution." And he was describing the Supreme Court. On March 15, he posted, "Our country was unnecessarily ransacked by the United States Supreme Court, which has become little more than a weaponized and unjust political organization." Now, I don't agree with anything he said, but if there's anyone in the country that commands more attention, it's the President, and I think that behavior is very dangerous to the court and to our whole system, and I just want that to be part of the record. Justice Kagan, you asked for
If I could, Senator Reed,
please.
Wherever these come from, whatever political figure says them, whatever party that political figure is a member of, these statements are really unhelpful. They're dangerous in terms of individual justices' security, and they're not appropriate in the way to treat a coordinated branch of government. I think that Chief Justice had a year-end statement last year where he talked about this issue, and he talked about criticism is fair game. I mean, go for it. Life in the big city is that you're subject to all kinds of criticism. But intimidation is a different thing entirely. And when political figures of any stripe are trying to intimidate judges and justices to do things that they like rather than the things that they don't, that's where we really have crossed the line.
I think you're exactly right, Your Honor, and you said it well. You wanted a moment to talk about the process where the $28 million request was made through appropriation channels, and then $30 million appeared suddenly through private channels. Please.
Yeah, I think Justice Barrett referenced this a bit, and first off, we apologize if we did anything so procedurally improper. But the reason for the additional ask, if you will, was that we were suddenly confronted with the loss of U.S. Marshal protection. And we thought that we were going to have U.S. Marshal protection at our residences for another 6 months, and all of a sudden learned from the Justice Department that that was going to be impossible. And so we had to do some sort of quick footwork to try to get additional monies in order to cover that 6-month gap. And as I say, if we did that in a way that was procedurally less than optimal, my apologies.
Well, your security is more important than procedural niceties, so there's no issue here. I mentioned in my statement that the court has adopted a code of conduct, but without an enforcement mechanism, it's more aspirational than real. Is there any, and both you and Justice Comey, is there any attempts now to create a very effective enforcement system?
Want me to start? I guess I would start by saying I regard the Code of Ethics as more than aspirational. We've all 9 made a commitment to follow it, so I consider it binding on me. I would also say that we all draw on resources within the court to make sure, to help us to the end of discharging our ethical responsibilities. Whenever I have a question, I consult our legal counsel inside the court. On the question of enforceability, I mean, I think you've put your finger on what is a very difficult question. It's a complex question. It's one that we've talked about a lot as a conference, and I don't think it's one that we're entirely at rest on yet. If I could just say a few words about some of the complexities. I mean, one is it's just tricky to figure out who would be the entity to enforce such a code. Sometimes people have floated the idea of an inspector general. Well, if that comes from the executive branch, to have someone from the executive branch inside the court supervising the court's work, well, that's a problem. It needs to come from within the judiciary. And then you have the awkwardness of, well, we review the work of other judges within the system, but then they would be sitting on the committee to review ethical complaints, and that creates its own awkwardnesses. So we've talked about the possibility of senior judges or retired judges, but then there's still a structural problem because then you need to have an appeal process. The way the lower courts work is they judge these things at the circuit court level, but then you can appeal it up to the judicial conference's committee on judicial conduct, and then up to the full judicial conference itself. So that mechanism would put, again, judges from lower courts reviewing our code. So I'm not saying that it would be impossible, to have an enforcement mechanism, but I think it's been complicated to figure out exactly what that would be, given the position of the Supreme Court within our constitutional structure and within the judicial branch of government. But I do want to stress, Ranking Member Reed, that none of my colleagues, and certainly not I, think ourselves above the law or above ethics in any way.
And I want to say I agree with that. I come out in a somewhat, I think for me, I'm not so much in flux on this issue. I have come to rest on the need for an enforcement mechanism if the enforcement mechanism is of the right kind. It's not because I think that we're ignoring the code of conduct. I do not think that at all. But it's important, I think, for public perception of the court. I think it's also important to give the justices a way to show that some of the charges against them are, so much poppycock. And I completely agree with Justice Barrett that this cannot be something where the executive appoints somebody or Congress appoints somebody or has a particular role in the process. It has to come from within the judicial branch itself if the Supreme Court is to remain independent, and it's incredibly important that it remain independent. I think that we can figure out a way around some of the complexities that Justice Barrett talked about using senior judges or retired judges to be our policemen, if you will. Even though I agree it's a little bit of an awkward structure to have policemen for the judges who are at apex of the branch. So agree with everything Justice Barrett said about the need to do this within the judiciary and the complexities of that. I would say we should find an enforcement mechanism.
Thank you. Just a final point, which is I think the court has not escaped the situation of every other branch of government, which is, according to polling from Pew, 48% of Americans have a favorable opinion of the Supreme Court. That's down from 70% 5 years ago. And I think putting in these types of institutional checks might give more confidence to the people that, you know, there's nothing wrong at the court. The other thing, though, it goes back to the initial points of these inflammatory statements made by public figures, politicians, et cetera, are not helpful to the court's prestige. I think we should recognize the court plays a unique and fundamental role, and we should respect that role. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to follow up. Senator Reid has touched two areas that I wanted to address, and one is the statements made by elected officials and others derogatory of judges, justices, and the court. Tomorrow we're considering Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination, who has said of the court that they are rogue activist judges and repeatedly claimed the administration is, quote, at war with the federal judiciary. That kind of rhetoric, I think, is unacceptable on either side of the table, Democrat or Republican, liberal, conservative. It just inflames people and has them thinking in terms of violence that may reach physical violence if we're not careful. So I want to just add the chorus that violence is unacceptable at any stage of the spectrum. Secondly, we had some terrible incidents in the Northern District of Illinois not that long ago, where one of the federal district court judges had a disgruntled person who appeared in that court, then went to her home and took the life of her mother and husband. It was a horrible incident that occurred. Since then, I've done my best to try to provide the resources, not just for that court, but for the courts across the country. And what I kind of eliciting your response, I think your position on Capitol Hill makes you a little different than most. But is it your impression, it is mine, that in speaking to district court judges, they often lament the fact that they're waiting for the GSA to respond to security measures in their courts, in their court buildings. We have a proposal that I'm working on which would allow the courts themselves to administer and work, monitor these funds to see if they can do it more quickly and professionally and thoroughly. Have you heard responses from other courtrooms around the country of security concerns that are gone unmet?
Yes, and I think that's part of their budget request. Judge Lefkoe is the judge I think you were talking about, and I served with her when I was on the Seventh Circuit. And I think precisely because of those sorts of things, yes, it is my understanding that the lower federal courts are also in great need of security funding and have been pushing for that in their courthouses and through GSA as well.
And we're in a bit of a different position because we don't use GSA. We're under the Capitol Architect and have done very well with the Architect of the Capitol, that office has always been very attentive to our needs. But the lower federal courts are reliant on GSA, and I know have some significant concerns.
Very much so. And it's interesting, a few of the judges came to Capitol Hill to speak to members, and each time they would speak to one of the senators about the situation in their courthouses, they got the same response. Where do we sign up for going some different route, more efficient route, a quicker response when it comes to security? And I would just say, Mr. Chairman, that I think is going to fall in our jurisdiction here in the future, and I hope we take it seriously. I thank you both for being here today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. We appreciate your service and sacrifice, not only you, but your families. These are certainly family endeavors, and again, we really do appreciate that. I had the opportunity to chair this committee several years ago, and during that time, it was well known that you all were perhaps the most efficient entity in government as far as taking care of your finances. I think we actually had you all send back some money on occasion, which is totally unheard of here. So we appreciate the fact that you do a good job in that regard regarding fiscal
We probably took
responsibility.
pride in that, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's an unusual thing that happens. So we do appreciate the fact that you're serving and the risks that you're taking. Let me ask you something that we haven't, I don't think, really gotten into, but right now, can you tell us if there are any barriers currently hindering the sharing of threat assessment and risk mitigation between the court police and outside agencies such as the marshals, Capitol Police, local police departments? Is all that working well?
I'm actually not certain about that, Senator Bozeman. We can have our staff get back to you with statistics about that. I don't know, do you have more knowledge?
I was just going to say that I think at least the relationship between the Supreme Court Police and the Capitol Police is excellent.
Yes.
And that they talk to each other all the time and they exchange information with each other. And I think that increases the effectiveness of both. So I think that that's a relationship that's on an at an extremely good place.
Good, very
For
good.
the other ones, we're not sure.
Yeah.
No, and I was curious if they were doing, tactical training together or whatever, so.
We can get
That's-
you more information
well,
on
and
that.
again, that's something we certainly would, be willing to help you with if that's not the case. Tell us about staffing. So many of our entities are various police departments throughout the country, you name it, and they're having trouble with staffing problems, attracting, the quality people that we'd like. Our law enforcement does a tremendous job, but that is an issue. Do you all see the same issue?
It's a challenging environment in which to hire police officers. There are fewer police officers than there is demand for police officers. And I know that the Capitol Police is experiencing that, and we're certainly experiencing that. So we're trying to ramp up, but in this environment where the supply is less than the demand. We've used various kinds of recruitment incentives. So we've tried to structure our pay in order to be to really compete well for police officers, and we try to ensure that we're the best possible place to work. And I think we're making great strides. So we really have increased our police force substantially, but we still have a ways to go to get it to where we want it to be. So it's still sort of foot on the gas, and this is not something that can be done overnight to get a quality police force. I think we're still looking for 100, 150 more officers, and that will take some time.
Very good. So tell us again, you have this fiscal year 27 request in, increased funding. Tell us how that request will increase security and make the court and your lives safer.
Sure, so I can take a crack at that. I mean, the items that we are hoping to fund through this 2027 fiscal year request are personnel is the biggest line item, and that would be for new officers in our dignitary protection unit and building security officers.
So that's the most pressing gap.
That is what the bulk of the money is for. That's 14.6. We would like another residential security office. We're running out of space inside the court building to house the new security officers that are staffing the residences. So that accounts for another $2 million. I'm going to put my glasses on here. 12 new cybersecurity experts to deal with the increasing threats to our court systems, which Chairman Haggerty mentioned before, and then annual inflationary increases, and that's about it. That gets us to about 14.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, we appreciate your service and sacrifice. And I think you make a very compelling case a great argument. You're in a different situation now. You're not hearing an argument. You're actually giving an argument, and I think so far you're doing very well.
Thank you, Senator Bozeman.
It's easier to be up there, though, you know?
I don't know about that, Justice. Senator Coons.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haggerty, and thank you, Justices, for being here. I served alongside Senator Bozeman on this exact subcommittee, and having previously served at the county level where security and protection for our courthouse was a part of my responsibilities, and having seen some really disturbing incidents at the state and local level and federally, I welcome this conversation. Senator Cornyn and I worked together to promptly introduce and get unanimously passed the Supreme Court Police Parity Act in 2022. And I have a couple of bills I want to talk about. But let me pick up where Senator Durbin left off and reference back my time on FSGG. The Judicial Conference described the condition of the federal judiciary's facilities as having reached a crisis point. I'd say that's certainly true of the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and asked Congress to create a separate judiciary building service that would transfer responsibility from the General Services Administration for the judiciary. I'd just be interested in what you think of this proposal and whether creating a new JBS would be preferable to reforming GSA, and whether assuming direct control over courthouse management might improve efficiency and reduce costs, or might be a needless burden on the federal judiciary.
I think we probably don't know enough about the specifics of the bills to be able to comment on that. I think we have heard, what we said before, frustration among federal judges about the current system. Exactly how it should be changed, I think we're not prepared to say.
We'd certainly welcome your input on it at some point, because I clerked for Judge Roth in a courthouse that, when I have visited recently, is exactly the same.
Yeah.
And with the same security challenges that it had 40 years ago. The primary role, Justice Barrett, of the Marshal Service is to protect the federal judiciary, the federal court system, and to enforce federal court orders. But it's housed within the executive branch in the Department of Justice and is overseen by the Attorney General. Your court's already moved away from Marshal Service protection, as we've discussed, to build a Supreme Court police department answerable to the court. Do you think other federal courts should also follow suit? Should Congress move the Marshal Service out of DOJ and into the Article III branch? And do you think the judiciary's reliance on the executive branch for security and enforcement of orders creates any separation of powers concerns?
I think that's another one on which we're probably not prepared to opine. I mean, I think what I will say is I thought, as the Seventh Circuit judge and during my confirmation process, the U.S. Marshal Service gave me great protection. And, when they were outside of our homes, we were all really grateful for the Marshal Service being there. On the broader separation of powers question that you pose, I'm honestly not sure, and I don't know whether the lower courts are asking for that as well, to have in-house security and to be free of the Marshal Service. That strikes me as a more complex question that I'm not sure we could express a view about.
And I do think my question had two components. One was Marshal Service as protection for federal courts and federal court officials. Mm-hmm. The other was the enforcement of court orders. We haven't seen any problem with that recently, right. But it struck me as a question well worth your input to the extent you're comfortable. For state and local courts, Senator Cornyn and I have a Countering Threats and Attacks on Our Judges Act, which would establish a state judicial threat intelligence and resource center, because frankly, state and local judges, many of whom have faced threats and a number of whom have tragically been killed, they don't have the intelligence sharing and the coordinated and professional protection resources the federal judiciary does. Yeah. And I know you're not going to opine on a piece of legislation, but I just, could you help give me any input on what you've learned about how security concerns can affect a judge's ability to make sound legal judgments? How important is the physical security of the judiciary at the state and local level to the independence and strength of our judiciary nationally?
Gosh. Senator Coons, it's so. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you're focusing on this with Senator Cornyn, because I think it's critically important. Yes. For one thing, you're not going to attract the kind of people who you want serving in any of these positions at the state or federal level if they feel like the security of them and their families will suffer. And so, just the ability to deliver the kind of justice that we hope that our courts can provide will suffer. And then I do think that judges at both the state and federal level are holding strong despite intimidation and threats, and I think that's a tribute to our constitutional system. However, I don't know what to say about what might happen if somebody were really persistently being threatened and harassed in that kind of way. So I think we need to have our courts be able to operate independently and safely.
I've lived in other countries. I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee, and I'm directly familiar with instances where physical threats to the families of justices and judges change the outcome of important decisions in other countries. And I won't impugn any country by reference, but it's not unheard of globally. And I think we need to guard against that happening here. Again, Senator Cornyn and I, we've been prolific. Got signed into law the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Act, or CETA, was signed in 2022. And this followed an investigation that found 130 federal judges failed to recuse themselves from matters involving parties where they held a financial interest. And it covers the whole federal judiciary, including justices. They're required to publicly publish annual disclosures and submit periodic transaction reports for significant security trades, just as members of Congress do. The justices are in compliance. But we have a serious compliance issue across the rest of the federal judiciary. Only a quarter of judges' disclosures were posted on the timeline required in statute, and we're still waiting for more than 200 disclosures from 2024. CETA is a requirement, not a suggestion, Justice Kagan. Why do you think so many judges in the federal court system are having difficulty complying, and does the judiciary need additional resources or clarification to help ensure compliance?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer to that is. For sure, you're right, Senator Coons, that compliance is of great importance in this area. And I'm glad you said that we are in compliance.
I checked before I asked.
And, you know, I'm not sure what your bill does, so I'm not going to be able to comment on your bill. But there's no question that every judge should be in compliance with those requirements.
The version that applies to Congress has a financial penalty when your disclosure is not submitted on time. The version applying to the judiciary does not. And I wondered if you thought we should harmonize the legislation.
That I'll take a pass on.
Last point I'll make.
I just want to say, like Justice Barrett, I think it's great that you and Justice Cornyn are pursuing these, are taking seriously the threats to the judiciary, the threats to the rule of law, how we can make sure that the judiciary is as fine as it can be.
I'd welcome any follow-up that the Judicial Conference or that the court wants to make on a number of those points. Last, I'll just reference you had a robust discussion about a ethics code, about the mandatory ethics code, and I appreciate that you're committed to enforcement and that you are recognizing the challenges within the hierarchy of Article 3. But I do think, just speaking for myself, that there is a genuine appearance issue. And I would urge you to work diligently to find a way to deliver a judicially created but effective enforcement mechanism so that some of the transparency and ethics concerns that have been raised about the court can be addressed. I'm the vice chair of the Ethics Committee in the Senate, and I think the fact that there is an enforceable ethics code that applies to every senator and Senate staff, and that we on occasion take publicly known and much more frequently not known actions is an important part of trying our best to preserve confidence in the institutions of our government. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator Coons. We've been joined by the ranking member, Senator Murray. You are recognized.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you both, Justice Barrett, Justice Kagan, for being here today. We appreciate it. Like everyone, I really respect the separation of powers and the importance of an impartial and independent Supreme Court. So it is important for all of us on this committee to fulfill our responsibility to oversee taxpayer dollars. So I just want you to know I really appreciate both of you being here and participating in this hearing. I do have several questions for both of you about the court's budget and operations. But before I go to that, I do want to say I'm very troubled that the current president challenges and has challenged our system of checks and balances in very unprecedented ways, and the court has made some incredibly consequential decisions without any real process or explanation by relying on the shadow docket. And it's also unbelievably important to the functioning of our democracy that we have a well-functioning, independent judiciary that is trusted by the people of this nation. That requires transparency, and it requires the American people to be able to know you are calling balls and strikes and not making decisions based on any financial conflict of interest and what is behind those decisions. So I urge you to keep those issues in mind, and if either of you have any comments on that, particularly on the shadow hearings, I would appreciate it. Justice Kagan?
Sure. You know, this is something that we, there are many facets to the shadow docket, and we discuss them and debate them and sometimes disagree about them. You know, in recent years, we have increasingly received these requests to move fast and to move before a case winds its way through all the levels of review. You know, we have to decide what to do with those requests. We argue about the standards to be used. We argue about how those standards apply in particular cases. Sometimes Justice Barrett and I have agreed. Sometimes Justice Barrett and I have disagreed. I think what, for myself, what the court is doing better on, but is not completely there on, is even when we feel as though a earlier decision is appropriate, finding ways to incorporate greater process into our decision of those cases. So have oral arguments, have more briefing, make sure to explain ourselves in our decisions more than we did at, you know, maybe a year or 18 months ago when we first started being swamped with these applications. I think we can still improve what we're doing. I think you're exactly right that transparency is important, that people need to know, lower court judges need to know, litigants need to know, the public needs to do what it is that we're deciding and why. There are occasions where emergency relief is absolutely appropriate. And it's finding those occasions, but no others, that is the challenge of this.
Okay, I appreciate that response, and don't know if you have anything to add.
Oh, I'll just add one thing. I think one of the challenges, you know, as we're trying to adapt and respond to the number and character of applications that we receive, I think one of the challenges is on our merits docket, we have a very well-established process for handling cases, and each case is treated the exact same way, the same deadlines, the same briefing limits, oral argument, et cetera. And as Justice Kagan alluded to, it's a little bit different with these emergency applications because I don't think any of us takes the position that we should have an opinion written for every one of them or oral argument for every one of them. So it's not quite the same one-size-fits-all process on the emergency docket that we have on the merits docket. And so I think what we're working on now is figuring out which ones do warrant that more process, the oral argument, more briefing, and which ones should be handled in-house, which ones warrant more explanation, which ones really should be just an order. And I think that has been something that we're just working through.
Well, I encourage you strongly to work through that and make it clear. I think, especially at this time, whether it comes to trust or transparency or truthfulness, the public needs to know, and I think you need to recognize that this is a serious question that many of our constituents have. So please continue your work and reach a goal that I think everybody would support you on. So thank you. Now, on your budget request, this committee does take security threats facing the Supreme Court and everyone who signed up to serve the public extremely seriously. That's exactly why Congress provided $58 million in additional security funding in FY26 to address some of these increased threats and vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, however, the court made a request for over half of this funding at the very last minute without any public explanation or justification of the need for that funding after we had already provided $28 million in the continuing resolution last fall. So I just want to ask both of you, will you commit to making public all relevant budget request documents in the future, including for any unanticipated supplemental funding needs?
Absolutely. We want to be transparent, and, Justice Kagan had apologized to Ranking Member Reed on the court's behalf if we did anything that was suboptimal in our seeking of those funds. They were in response, we made those requests in response to unexpected needs, like the premature, we didn't expect the marshals to drop residential security as quickly as they did, and they told us that they were going to end it 6 months before we anticipated it. That was one of the big line item reasons for seeking that extra money. So it's my understanding that our staff was transparent with the committee about what the money was being spent on, but, absolutely, we want to cooperate, and we recognize your important role.
Okay, I think that's really important for you to understand and make sure that we have that documentation. Our constituents require us to be very transparent about where their tax dollars go, and we need that budget information from you. And we want to make sure the court has first-rate security, but we do have very little information about how you are actually building this type of security capacity that you need. So standing up your own police and residential security is not an easy task. How long do you think it will take to be fully staffed and operational? And secondly, what expertise are you relying on to make sure your security personnel have the facilities and the training and the capacity they need?
What we think, we have a goal of 477 police officers. We're a ways away from that right now. If we include people we get through contracting, we can probably do it within a couple of years. But in order to have our own employees get up to that mark, then we're probably talking more like 6 years, into the 2030s. As to what kind of training is being used, I think we're going to have to unless Justice Barrett knows more than I do, I think we're going to have to provide you with further information about that. I'm confident that the kind of training programs that we've put in place are good ones, but I can't give you a whole lot of detail about that.
Okay, that is something that we need to have in order to provide the budget for you, so we would appreciate that back. And finally, I just have a few seconds left. I heard Senator Coons when I come in talk about code of ethics, and I just want to reiterate that. As my colleagues have pointed out, that code is self-enforced, and it is a weaker code of conduct than one all the lower courts have been held to. For example, it essentially allows justices to decide for themselves whether or not they are engaging in a political activity or accepting inappropriate gifts. I know you've been asked at this both in the House, and a number of people here have mentioned it, but I want to add my name and voice to the fact that we need, and our constituents need, to know that you have a code of ethics, that you are held to high standards, because that again is about transparency, and it is about returning confidence to the court decisions that are being made. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Husted, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fisher. To the justices, thank you very much for being here today. You debated whether it's better to be on that side or on this side, and I will tell you, as having been a petitioner before the court in 2018, it's much better to be on this side. And I think that you've made a strong case for your security, the funding for your security requests. I think we all have a growing concern about security issues with the court, justifiably so. I hope that we will get a budget done and we will get an appropriations bill passed and settle on these top-line discussions so that it doesn't set the stage for another government shutdown. So I'm hopeful that this is one of the many issues that we can get agreement on and get a bill passed. In talking about any problem, I always try to look at the root cause. What is the root cause of the problem that we're trying to address? And I know that issues regarding fiery rhetoric through venues like social media have been attributable to some of the increased security threats. So I was wondering as well, have you seen any of these threats from the information you have as organized threats, either domestically or internationally, that would lead to some of these increased security threats? And Justice Kagan, I'll start with you. Justice Coney Barrett, please follow up if you have any thoughts.
You know, our sense of the threats is that it's more lone actors, but you know, perhaps.
I think that's one that our staff, if you would like more information in a SCIF or a private meeting, because I think they do know some things about some of the sources of the threats, but probably not something we should say in a public setting.
Okay. I appreciate that, and we will follow up and
Thank
try to get more information on that, because I think it could help further make the case for why this is an important issue. In the cases of these security cases and the threats and things like that, do you believe that they're intentionally designed to intimidate you, to alter or change the opinions of the court?
It's hard to see how some of them are not designed to do precisely that. I think they're designed to intimidate or designed maybe to punish after decisions, you know, that the person sending the threat didn't like, as a warning not to do it in the future. It's hard to interpret, particularly those anonymous deliveries that are sent in the name of Judge Salas's murdered son, as anything other than an attempt to intimidate and influence decisions.
The issue on the Dobbs opinion that was leaked, are we any closer to knowing how that happened, and are you satisfied with the efforts to find out how that leak occurred?
Well, we did a serious internal investigation and could not come to a conclusion about that issue. And it's not that we've closed the books on it. If we get any further information, you know, we will pursue it till the end. And I know that the marshal of the court who was in charge of that investigation feels that that is her responsibility. As to whether it will happen, I don't know.
Okay. We know this is one of the responsibilities I think we all have as public officials, is to watch our rhetoric and how we describe things, and it certainly hasn't gotten better. There's no doubt about that, and the words that people choose can be very inflammatory. But also the words that are sometimes chosen in judicial opinions have seemingly, to me, grown rather inflammatory on occasion, and not necessarily with the Supreme Court, but at all levels of the courts. Are you concerned about that? Is there any discussion about the words that are used in coming up with legal opinions that may indeed contribute to the problem?
I think that, you know, all justices and judges write their own opinions. I would say, you know, speaking for, you know, myself and my sense of how judges think about this generally, is that our goal is to disagree about ideas without crossing the line into the personal. And in my own experience and the experience of the judges with whom I've served, you know, I think that is a line that judges try not to cross, because one thing I think that the courts, not just the Supreme Court, but courts generally can model for the public, is the way to have disagreements that can be very serious about weighty issues and that can be sharp, but that avoid descending into that kind of unhelpful rhetoric that gets very personal.
That is exactly the way I feel about it. When I dissent, especially in an important case in which I care about a great deal and other people do as well, I want it to be a strong dissent. I want it to be a pointed dissent. I want people to understand why it is that I'm taking the trouble to dissent, but I don't want it to be a personal dissent. I don't want to do anything that is ad hominem with respect to my colleagues. And, you know, people can make mistakes. I can make mistakes with respect to that. I like it when one of my colleagues calls me and says, Elena, take out that line, you know. And I think we do that for each other. and I think that that's a good practice.
I appreciate you sharing that because I think it's important. Look, you are the highest court in the land. People they hold you up, they hold you in esteem, and what happens at the court is very, very important in setting the tone. Just as we have that responsibility too, I think it's a collective responsibility that we can all discuss being here in this hearing today about how we can all get better at doing this, because it's collectively contributes to this environment that I think we're all struggling through right now. Let me just finish up with some cybersecurity. How I know that some of the money they're requesting is for cybersecurity. Explain the context for what threats you're experiencing there, how that impacts the court.
We received was the number and north of 200 million attempts to breach the system. And that's, on track to practically double this year. AI is making it easier for people to find vulnerabilities and all entities' systems and to exploit that. So we're trying to keep up. We would like to have 12 new cybersecurity experts. And the goal is to try to keep our systems safe so that they cannot be penetrated. Some of the lower courts have had debilitating breaches of security, and we want to prevent that from happening to us. And of course, it can compromise all kinds of confidential information, confidential witnesses. It can endanger national security, so we take that very seriously.
I'm frankly amazed that we've done as well as we have up till now. If you think about the number of people who want to know what we say before we say it, the number of people who, millions and billions of dollars depend on it, other nations might want to receive information before we publicly announce it. It's sort of amazing to me that we've done as well as we have, but we don't want to, we want to make sure that success record continues.
Great. Well, thank you for being here. I think your presence for Congress today, the Senate, is helpful to both the court, the Senate, and the country. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to thank you both for being here today. You don't have to be here, so we appreciate you coming forward to help us have a better understanding of the threats that you face and the budget, the resources you need to make sure you address those threats. I know that the court has expanded its personal protection mission in recent years in response to an uptick in those threats to yourselves, to your families, and to the court building itself. The president, vice president, cabinet members, congressional leadership, other dignities, they all receive a level of personal protection that meets the threat environment that they face. Do you believe that it's important for the court to rely on personal protection structure as comprehensive and consistently resourced as those of comparable officials in other branches?
I do. I would refer back to what Justice Kagan said about when this all got started in 2016. And Congressman pointed out that our security was not even as great as that provided to the director of OPM. I think, I wish I didn't need the security that I need now, because as Justice Kagan also said earlier, it's more pleasant to travel around without security. But I do think that we need that. And right now, our details range between 4 and 8 permanent members of a detail, depending on the justice. It's my understanding that cabinet level is more up at around 20 to 22, to try to prevent burnout and that sort of a thing. So I do think it's not feasible to manage this round-the-clock kind of protection with a detail of 4 to 8 people.
When you look at the level of the threat that you're facing personally, do you believe that justices should receive Secret Service level type protection? When you say there can be up to 20 for a cabinet member, do you believe that that has to increase for you as well, personally, and then you tie in your residents, your families?
I mean, I think the important thing is to have the level of protection be appropriate for us, and however that compares to the president is less important. So, it's not like we have to equal the Secret Service or anything. what we need is the level of protection that we think will make us secure.
Do
And
you have that? Do you have that now?
I think that's what we're working towards. As Justice Barrett said, if you think that our personal details are 4 to 8, there's a lot of overtime involved in those 4 to 8 people. There's a danger of burnout. We really would like them more like 12. And I think at that point, our security experts have decided that that would be the appropriate level for us and a level that keeps us secure.
Yeah, I should add, when I said that number, that's counting the residential security that's allocated to each justice. I wasn't referring just to those who are with the justices during the day.
But it is true. Sometimes, I'll go someplace to an event or something that there will be cabinet members at, and I drive up in my one car, and there are 5 cars outside for a single cabinet member. So even now, I think that we have less protection than some.
And I know that you are really facing a lot of institutional headwinds as well as this time, whether it's the philosophical attacks on the jurisprudence that you have, the institutional design of the court itself, and even questioning the institutional legitimacy of the court. And I believe Justice Comey Barrett, you talked about earlier in response to a question, you mentioned the threats to the institution. And while I happen to think those are really grave threats to the institution itself, I think what we're looking at here are the physical threats that you personally are facing. Can you, Justice Kagan, can you describe the importance of the security of the court? And when we do hear rhetoric about the legitimacy of the court, how does that personally affect each of you when the court's being attacked, but in effect you are?
Yeah, I mean, I think the excessive rhetoric comes from all over the place, and it comes from members of each political party, and that is incredibly unfortunate for reasons that we've talked about before. That criticism is fair game. Everybody has a right to criticize the court. There are plenty of things the court does that that people can criticize, but where it becomes intimidation, where it becomes incitement to violence, that's where the line is crossed, and serious people should know not to make statements like that.
Correct. I wanted to ask you about the cybersecurity of the court and your leadership role. How that plays out among all the federal courts with cybersecurity. Do you have a pattern of what you're doing to make sure you can have a secure court there? It is national security on what you're doing. How do you implement that at lower levels?
We are on a different computer system than the lower courts, and I know the lower courts are in desperate need of upgrading their computer systems, and they have been really attacked. And I think in large part it's because these systems are so outdated. And so I know that in their budget request is additional monies to try to improve the cybersecurity of their systems. Because we're on a different system, we don't share the same informational systems. Our cybersecurity operates just differently. So I'm not sure, I'm not the cybersecurity expert, and we can have staff follow up with you, but I'm not sure that what we implemented, apart from things like best practices, would translate exactly into the lower court context.
I'm assuming that you're seeing increased threats from foreign actors at the court, as we are across government, across business. Are you in the process right now of transforming your cybersecurity to address possible attacks there?
I think our cybersecurity is designed to strengthen it across the board from no matter where the threats come. I do know that some of them have come from foreign actors. But I know that some of this information, first of all, it's beyond what I have access to at the moment, and some of it may be sensitive, but I think it's important for you to know it. And so our staff can follow up with you in a private setting or in a SCIF and give you some details about the kinds of threats that we've had.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you both again for being here.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justice Kagan, Justice Barrett, thank you for your service. And I know you testified on the House earlier, and you've answered a lot of questions here. And so a lot of territory has been covered. I do want to circle back on a couple points. One is public trust in the courts, in our public institutions, because I do think that trust is vital to the public support of law in a functioning democracy. And I'm well aware of the fact that Congress's public standing is pretty low, but it's also true that public confidence in the Supreme Court has been sinking dramatically in recent times. There are lots of factors for that. I do think a contributing factor is the lack of a framework, enforceable framework, for your code of conduct. And of course, the Supreme Court adopted a code of conduct a number of years ago, but as you've both testified, there's currently no enforcement framework. And Justice Kagan, it's been pointed out that a few years ago, you argued that as a personal matter for yourself, you thought that the court should proceed to maybe, I'm quoting, appoint some committee of highly respected judges with a great deal of experience, with a reputation of fairness, that kind of solution. Has any progress been made since you made that statement by the court in trying to establish that kind of system? Maybe you can give us a progress report, if there is any, on trying to put that in place.
Well, I do still believe that for reasons that I've expressed earlier in the day. I think we continue to talk about the issue amongst ourselves. And, you know, I couldn't really say, you know, what the nature of those conversations are. That wouldn't be fair to my colleagues. But I think it remains a non-resolved question.
Okay. Well, as a co-sponsor of what we call the CERT Act here, I hope you act before Congress does. I'd like to see the Supreme Court act on its own, but I do think there needs to be an enforceable framework, and I believe at some point there'll be the votes to do that if the Supreme Court doesn't do it itself. On a related sort of question of public confidence, I want to ask you about prediction markets, because prediction markets have faced very little federal oversight. They're largely self-regulating. We've already seen insider trading by government officials in other branches and in the military. Supreme Court justices and their staff have access to similar information. They're not immune from this trend. Here are some of the event contracts that are currently being offered on Kashi. Who will be the next Supreme Court justice? Will Trump be held liable for January 6th in any court? Will the independence of the judiciary be weakened during Trump's term? Now, clearly, members of the Senate and Senate staff could have information that could be helpful to them in playing the prediction markets. The Senate actually has now adopted, as a matter of Senate rules, a prohibition on doing that. So my question to you is, will the court do the same, both for justices and for the staff of the Supreme Court?
That's already covered.
My understanding is it's already
It's
covered.
already covered because there's a prohibition on using information that you know within the court to make financial gain. And so,
And not just for justices, but for all employees of the court.
Okay, so it's your view that the current language of the rules already prohibits every member of the court staff and obviously the members of the court itself from engaging in prediction markets?
I mean, I think this is an incredibly important area. So if your charge to us is go back and look for any loopholes, we'll willingly take on.
Yeah, I would suggest you do
we don't want loopholes, Senator Van Hollen.
This is super important.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, there's legislation that's been, I think, just introduced in the House, so I think there may be a feeling that the current language may not be airtight. So if you could go back and look at that, I'd appreciate it. In terms of the shadow docket, and I followed something on the House side, Kagan, you thought some improvements have been made. I think it remains a fact that during the last session of the court, more decisions were made on the so-called shadow docket than through the normal process. And I do think there are big issues here. And I'm wondering, and I'm not obviously asking about any particular case, but I am wondering about the precedential weight of a decision on the rocket docket. Now, just in the last couple of days, we've seen 2 people killed by ICE agents, one in Texas, one in Maine, in shootings. These are people who they were trying to apprehend for being here illegally. I see that ICE just halted most traffic stop arrests in the wake of these fatal shootings. That's today's news. I'm glad to hear that. But I do recall that one of the cases that was decided on the so-called shadow docket has become known as the case with the, quote, Kavanaugh stops, whether fair or not fair. That's what it's known as. And so I guess my question to you is, when the Supreme Court makes a decision in the normal course, it is binding precedent. What is the nature of the precedent or the weight that lower courts should give to a shadow docket decision?
So I think this is a complicated question, and I think you've put your finger on something real here, that there are some conflicting statements in our own precedent as to exactly what the precedential weight is. At most, it is, usually when we decide cases on the shadow docket, we're talking about the likely prospects of success, not that something will succeed, but that a claim is likely to succeed. So how one takes a ruling like that and converts it into binding precedent is, I think, a complicated question. And I think that the court itself has been of a little bit mixed mind on that question. And so I think it's a completely fair inquiry and one that we need to keep thinking about and keep on top of.
If I could just follow up. So in a normal case, you make a decision, you, the Supreme Court, as to whether or not to grant cert or not. And when you deny cert, you don't issue an opinion. There's implication, I thought, from some of your testimony earlier that you're somehow required to take up a case on the shadow docket because they're more of an emergency nature, but there's no requirement that you take it up, is there?
Oh, it's not that we're required to grant relief, but they are motions filed, and so every motion has to be either granted or denied. So we don't have discretion to just take a pass and say we're not going to act on it.
But in some sense, when you deny cert, you're making a decision on the merits. And so I guess what I just want to leave you with is that when you grant these shadow docket motions, aren't you maybe creating an incentive for more people to file those motions? Because, as I said, you've now got a situation where you're actually rendering more decisions through that shadow docket process than through the normal process. It's almost as if you're saying that there's automatic cert in the sense that you have to make a decision. I would argue that denying cert is a decision too, because someone's looking for relief on the merits. The Supreme Court's denying cert. So when you're taking up these shadow docket cases, you're also making a decision to both take it up and at the same time either deny it or grant relief.
This is part of what you say that I agree with and part that I don't. I mean, I think, every cert petition will deny it or will grant it. So we make a decision either way. Every application for emergency relief, we either deny it or we grant it. We make a decision either way. And we have to do that. You can't just sort of put it in a box and say we're just going to ignore that. I think, and I'm not sure where the number comes from, that we make more decisions on the shadow docket than we do ordinarily, because I think some of those are probably just ones, they came here, we looked at them, we said we have no interest in doing this on the emergency docket, goodbye. And if that's being counted as part of what you're talking about, well, we're just denying it. But I do think, I think the part of your question that I think is a fair criticism is to ask why it is that we're facing so many more of these petitions. I think partly It's the nature of governmental action and how governmental action has changed and what kind of challenges governmental action provokes. But I think partly it's that we've granted a number of these, and so people know that it's available, relief on the emergency docket. And when people know that relief is available, there are a lot of smart lawyers out there in the world who are going to say, why don't we take our shot at that? Yeah. And so the greater percentage of these that we grant, the more likely it is that people would just think of this as part of the normal process of litigating. Hey, let's just file an emergency motion. And that's very different from what it was when I joined the court 15 years ago.
Yeah, just in closing, Justice Kagan, if you could look at that, I'd like to keep in touch on that. That is my concern, and that is also part of my question about what's the precedential value, right? If you have an incentive for more people to file these cases, and at least until final decision is rendered, maybe it's years down the line, people are going to look at this shadow docket decision as something that has influence and weight. Whether they should or not, we'll have to figure out. But I do worry because it creates this zone of uncertainty, and I also think it undermines confidence in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen, and I want to thank the two justices today for being here. We appreciate your time and your attention. I'll remind all of our members that we have 1 week to submit any questions for the record, and I would ask the justices, if you might, to respond as quickly as possible to those questions as they come. With that, this subcommittee meeting is adjourned.